Hello, hello, and welcome to the final stream, just for a little while, till we get well adjusted to baby 80. Ugh, 1 second. All right. That door's bothering me. Oh well. Gonna keep pushing. Let me change the transparency again. Good enough. Good enough. I don't even know where to start. Guess we'll start with the bench. It's disgusting. Let's turn on some music until we can get Roby in the stream. Alright. Let me adjust my sensitivity because last time I didn't notice how low everything was. we go. I don't know if this will be the only game we stream tonight, but I feel like just relaxing. So this might be the only game we play tonight. If anything, I'll probably hop on Rogue Company or start Batman from scratch because I lost my save files. And that irritated me a little bit. But I quickly was like, maybe I'll just power wash a little more, get my mind right. This is nice. I used to not really be into lo-fi, but I guess it was because I was listening to it for the wrong reasons. Alright. Or not the wrong reasons, but just not with the mindset of like wanting to relax, I guess. Okay. Yeah, let's just start with the little things. Start with the little things, work your way up to the big accomplishments. How do I change how I look? That's not what I meant to do. Well, all right. We're not buying it this time because that would make all of our money go away. nice, relaxing vibe. We ain't gotta keep stressing out on a Tuesday. It's unnecessary. Unnecessary. I wish I had like a. I know it's weird, but I wish I had like a dripping mechanic to it. This light is a little bright. Yeah, that's good. It's a tad bit bright. Nothing too crazy. Not gonna lie, this playground is pretty overwhelming. But we got this. We got this. We got the little things done. Now we're gonna start from the top to the bottom. I think this is. Let's move it here. This calls for the long nozzle. There we go. How about this? Alright. This one's definitely going to be more time consuming. That's alright. It's already starting to look better. Okay, let's finish up here. Already looking good. Kind of. If you don't look at anything else. There we go. Oh, I forgot to even make my post. Whoopsies. Well, people know now. That's not what I was trying to do. There we go. Alright. Forgot to make my post saying that this was going to be the last stream for a while. But whoever tunes in will see. Shall see. Look at that. Getting it and getting it and getting it done. No? Down here? Maybe it's above. There we go. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick little break. Then at 10:30 I'll send Roby a request. Should actually just message him and see if he'll be ready at 10:30. Okay. Well, let's catch it on the mic. Can't be doing that. Just want to make sure this message wasn't shown because can't be showing it on stream. I'm gonna message him, ask him if he's good. Oh, I'm gonna move real quick. Gonna have to go grab some water here soon. I felt good. Oh, I still got the roof to do. Yikes. Big bet, big bet. Good sir.
Oh, it works perfect. I had to figure out a way to, because I'm playing Halo today, so I had to figure out a way of getting it to where Halo I could still hear, but I could also play music. I got the PlayStation on, and I have um, the PC running Halo. So the new
Ah,
thing, I still haven't figured out how to get the audio to like the channel yet. I don't. Got to be something simple.
yeah. I'll also look into it because I know like eventually we'll have to definitely figure that out, especially when I have uh my own either laptop or PC. And once we start, because I know you have multiple different platforms that you play on. I don't
Mhm.
yet, so
I
we'll
know the
figure it
big
out.
the for sure go to is um, Discord, obviously,
Yeah,
which is why I still, once I'm get done editing more videos, that's going to be what I focus on, like getting like buttoned up as much as possible.
yeah. You enjoying uh the editing process still?
Yeah, it's not been bad. Honestly, CapCut's been making it much easier and like more doable for me. It's a much less stressful process using CapCut. I
Yeah.
uh, I noticed when I was streaming prior. I'm gonna just do some or not when I was streaming prior, but when I was editing prior, I used to hate doing it. But now when I do it, I actually thoroughly enjoy going through every single video and getting as precise as I can because I have to layer. Well, I don't have to, but I'm making all of my content as shorts
Yeah.
because I feel like yeah, making money on this stuff would be cool, but I want the attention from the videos. Like I just checked today, one of my cinema videos got 500 views on YouTube and it blew
Jeez.
it blew my mind. So it really like lit that fire in me. Like, oh yeah, Brandon, appreciate the likes. Thank you. God bless you.
500 on YouTube is crazy.
So I'm telling you, I pulled it up. I would say about 70 was about average, which for me, I'm like, hey man, I have 24 subscribers on YouTube. That's 3 times as much exposure as I currently have. So that's awesome. Brandon, appreciate the follow. God bless you. Thank you so much. So I was like, man, that's huge. And I had like 1 or 2 videos where I got like 100, and I was like, oh yeah. And then that one really, really got me on the grind. I'm really, really trying to get through these videos. So before I start this game, I'm gonna just pull up your stream. I don't know what I mean.
I'm just cleaning up park.
And I saw you earlier before I even got on stream, and I was like, oh, he's over here doing the power washing. Let's go.
Yeah.
So I actually took your advice, or not your advice, but I took a note out of your book, and for the TikTok, I have lo-fi hip hop playing.
Hey.
Yeah. Can you play Fortnite? No, I cannot play Fortnite. I'm playing Halo. I've tried playing Halo or Fortnite a couple of times. I don't like it. I tried playing it for 2 weeks straight, actually. I did not like it at all. It's not my game. It's cool to see. It's cool to watch you guys play, but it's not fun for me.
Yeah, it's fun to watch people that are already like well versed in it, but getting into it yourself, it's like, eh.
I like watching the hands. So like if you watch like the really really high level players, like their hands when they play either on controller or on keyboard,
Yeah.
it's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie, it takes a lot of, I would say, hand dexterity and hand-eye coordination to be able to do with those guys. It's very impressive to me. I can't do it though. Not even gonna try.
Yeah. That's one thing I really enjoy about the more complex games like that is just seeing how the layout that people have with their controller. And I think that's why I was so interested to throw it up on the Valhalla stream of the controller layout buttons, because I was like, oh, I enjoy seeing it, so I know somebody will enjoy seeing it.
That was such a clutch call, by the way. Absolutely clutch. When you said that, I was like, that's genius. And I'm so glad that they made it so it was like barely visible in the bottom.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of times when I didn't even notice it, which is rare because I notice everything. Like I keep looking at my frames per second on my monitor because I have that on Halo, and it drives me nuts. However, I just updated it. I just updated my graphics card yesterday, which is something you should be doing like once a week if you have a PC. And holy crap, is my FPS better? It is like way better. Actually, like alarmingly, it's too good actually. It looks different.
It's too good.
I kind of feel like I don't need to wear my glasses, which is very strange. I am very much blind.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I know.
So I'm currently in the process. I think I have edited the like 80% of the first half of the zombie dog story
Okay.
before Vash like came and retold the story
Thoroughly.
more thoroughly. Yeah. So I'm in the process of editing that, and I think that however long it ends up being, like I'm not gonna try to condense it to a 10-minute thing. However long it is what it is. Like I'm keeping our little funny comments and stuff in it, and our little banter between his story beats.
You know, that's one of the things I've been realizing as I've been editing stuff. At first, I thought that I really needed with the soundbite. Oh, get up off me! I thought like, I only really needed to focus like heavily on the gameplay because I didn't really think I was saying much in my videos.
Hmm.
But going back and watching the videos, especially my second night of Mafia, holy cow, we were talking about some stuff. Like, man, were we talking about some stuff. And I know that you and I obviously talk about some stuff, but I don't know. I don't ever really feel like I ever get too deep or anything like that. But no, that's not the case. I was like
Yeah.
tearing up when I was talking about, or like when I was editing the video today. Like, it's not going to make any sense to someone who watches it if they watch the second part of it and not the first.
Yeah. I think I remember you getting emotional in the second Mafia stream, but I don't remember exactly what was being talked on.
So I didn't know either, but I knew there was something there because I had cut out like a 30-minute section, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna delete it. But then like something in my mind was like, no, there's something right in this section that you do need to watch, something that you needed to talk about.
Yeah.
And as I went through it today, I think I was talking about the experience of me being at my dad's house, and then that whole relationship being completely opposite what I thought it was going to be, and it was bad. Like all this stuff, and then stuff I talked about some stuff that my brother had talked about. Like me and him had a serious conversation.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like it was a lot of stuff, and I was legitimately about to cut all of that out and just delete it.
Huh.
And I'm glad I
Oh.
didn't. I'm glad I actually took the time to go back and listen to it.
Yeah, because I think the second night is when you told the golf story
Golf story
about
sounds
how
familiar. Oh
when
yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I think that's a different video. The hole in one golf story, I think.
Yes, the
Oh no,
hole in one.
okay, so yeah, that is a different night.
Or maybe that was control. I don't know. I
I
just I
I
I
can't
remember
remember,
that.
but I do remember I told that story. Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting what Betsy. What is your TikTok name? I always forget. Oh my God, he got me. That is ridiculous. Jaden, hello, God bless.
Oh, you got Betsio back in the
Yeah,
comments,
over there
sound
with the
biting
sound
away.
bites again. Yep, literally sound bites at the worst possible time. But it's cool. Arctic Figs, what's going on? Yo, what's up? I have school tomorrow, so can't stay. Bless you. Appreciate you stopping by and saying that. Thank you so much. God bless you as well. You have a great night. Um, and thank you again for stopping by, even just to say those kind words. I truly, truly appreciate it. Hopefully, the rest of your week, rest of your year is very plentiful and bountiful and filled with Arctic Figs. Thank you. Joker, that's what I thought.
Oh, it is Joker?
But I thought there was another Joker account as well that
I
was
th
on my Twitch yesterday.
uh there was um Devin
Yeah.
Joker.
Yeah, but I don't think Devin was on my Twitch. There was another one like as I was streaming
Oh, not
yesterday,
yeah, not on Twitch.
that popped up and it was Joker. Or I'm
Yeah.
tripping. Oh my God, I died again that
He
fast.
was
Holy
he w-
cow.
he was in your comments on YouTube on the live chat, but not on Twitch.
Mm,
So, if there was another Joker on Twitch, then yeah, it was a different guy.
mm.
This playground is overwhelming.
Get up off me. Get up off me. Yes, sir. I'm so glad I found this firefight mode. That is a lot of gunk. Why'd you pick the playground?
This is
That
the
is
only thing I
overwhelming.
had left.
I was gonna say, hopefully you got some good tunes because you're gonna need
Yeah.
it.
Uh,
Got 'em. I felt pretty much like I just wasted the day. They felt pretty wasteful. I got up at 9 and then I stayed in bed until 10:30 and then I just went back. Like, oh, okay. And then I woke up. Honestly, it was like 2, maybe even 3. I
yeah.
just woke up and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm awake now. My whole day is gone. Sick. And I still didn't want to get out of bed. I laid in bed till 5 and I just chilled. I don't know, maybe I needed to rest, but I didn't feel like I needed to rest. I felt like
Yeah.
I just wanted to lay in bed.
I mean, with how much you've been editing lately, I'm sure your body just needed to kind of chill on it for a little bit.
That is also potentially true. It is a new thing. I'm trying to get
Yeah.
as good at it as possible, as fast as I can. Because ideally what I would like is to do my streams, and at the end of my streams, I want to be able to like download the video, edit it real quick, and then just be done with it,
Mm-hmm.
and then just have videos already edited. And I know I can get it to that point where I can get like that fast. Maybe I have to take notes so I know where to cut videos faster and stuff, this, that,
Yeah.
and the third.
I've been
And
thinking
I'm
about
thinking
doing
that's
that
the
too.
next step. It'll be difficult because it might take me out of the mood or the vibe a little bit, but I think I can get it, especially if it'll make the editing.
Yeah.
Oh, you can cut out from here to here because you weren't really talking about anything. From here to here, you were using an accent while you were playing Mafia, so you want to go through this and see what's funny. It's not like that type of stuff, and that's pretty much how I have been using my brain a lot.
Yeah.
Um, I guess I haven't really thought about that.
And plus, over the weekend, you kind of sacrificed a night of sleep to focus on editing.
I do remember that. That was, luckily I was able to get that nap that day.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think my workout the next day, what was it, Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
Was a lot because I forgot I also fasted.
Yeah.
I was pretty beat. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I've been
God's telling
thinking
me to
about
slow
like,
down a little bit.
yeah, I've been thinking about doing the whole like bookmarking in my notes during stream as well. Like, if there's any type of thing where I'm like, oh, I do want to clip this at some point, then I'll like look at the
Aiden,
time,
hello.
look
Bruce,
at the
hello.
time of my stream and write it down in my
Oh,
iPhone.
hello. I would see. My thing is I wouldn't. I need a way of doing it. Hold on one second. God bless you guys. Not ignoring you. I'm actually talking to 180 right now. He's streaming Power Wash Simulator over on his stream, and you could actually hear both of us talking on his YouTube via the chat. You can hear what we're talking about right now. We're just catching up. It's his last stream before he goes on a hiatus, so wanted to catch up with the homie for a little. But appreciate you guys stopping by. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your time. Thank
I, I was I was wondering if eventually sometime this week that tiredness would get to you, because I was like, oof, like I already know that you're a night owl as it is, but I was like, oh, I
Yeah,
hope
my
he's making sure to get his rest.
my problem is often that like I know my body can handle it.
Hmm.
Like that's what I learned in the military. I was like, if I need my body to stay awake for 3 days, I can just make my body stay awake. Because I'll
Yeah.
just make it feel like it's in a stressful type of situation where it needs to stay awake to
Hmm.
survive. And I can just stay awake, fully functioning, completely focused, everything like that. But my problem is um, like I can get my body to do that, but oftentimes, usually with new tasks, my mind isn't caught up to stuff like that. I haven't like adapted my mind to doing a lot of new things at a rapid pace for a long period of time yet. I
Hmm.
haven't. That's because that's a new thing. It's like a completely new skill that I just don't have yet, or that I'm learning to acquire. I used to be very linear in everything that I did. I'd do like one or two things and that was it. Now I'm trying to do this, that, and this, and this. It is a lot.
Yeah.
All right, see you, Joker. God bless you. Thanks for stopping by, man. Did you guys chill? But yeah, I
What's
definitely
up,
think it
Joker?
like caught up to me just a little bit. caught up to me just a little. I think I'm hoping today, like by the end of today's stream, I think I'll be good. I think I'll be worried
Yeah.
too much. I really think I just needed. I've been going ham.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I've been seeing more notifications about you posting like crazy
Yeah.
this week. I even like
So I've
kind of
got
sat back and I was like, I thought he was gonna do dailies, and like here I'm getting notifications about like 2 or 3 posts in a day, and I'm like, this man going hard.
so that's how I set it up now. So I've got it set up to where um, I have 2 cinema posts every day.
Hmm.
Um, so on TikTok it'll be every day until the 11th, and I think on YouTube it's until the 13th because I had those 33 videos from the first 3 hours that I had edited, and then I think 13 videos of Mafia. So I have 1 video of Mafia going out every day
Yeah,
until the 11th
I
on
appreciate that,
TikTok and
Joker.
then the 13th on YouTube. And then I think I have at the end of today when I'm fully done editing the other Mafia video, I have the rest for the whole month, and then done editing the Sentinel video, I have the rest for the month as well. So I really am just trying to get through all the editing
Hmm.
today and tomorrow. I can just be done because it's new. My brain is tired. It is fun. Thankfully to you
Yeah,
for telling me about CapCut. You made it so much faster and easier, and I'm just getting better at it. I need to learn hotkeys. Actually, that would really help a lot.
yeah.
But
That's why I wish I had it. I like it on the phone because I don't really have to worry about like upload time or anything. But from what I heard from you, like it's not that big of of a problem on the PC either. But
oh,
like,
it's nice on the PC.
yeah, I just I'm so surprised of how smooth it is to edit on the phone because I've tried many editing apps in the past uh, via iPhone, and like it just there's like paywalls and all that. Like
Mm,
basically all you can do is like trim the video, but like CapCut's just like, all right, we're gonna give you a nice little selection of
CapCut
stuff
is
that you can
cool.
choose from.
It's so cool. I'm so glad you told me about it. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. What I'm gonna do tomorrow. Um, I'm gonna actually pull out that laptop that I'm still trying to give you, and I'm actually gonna download CapCut onto it because it has a feature on my computer every time before I use it. It says, um, if you click this button, or if you click the start button, and it tells you at the end of the startup if your thing is smooth enough to run it. So I want to see if that laptop it would be even smooth enough to edit stuff on. In case
Mm.
you did, take me up on allowing because I want to make sure there's certain things on there like OBS for you, CapCut, like the
I
basic stuff, so you can like basically just bare bones use it and it be sufficient until you can get like a gaming PC, and so on and so forth.
yeah, I honestly forget about OBS so much and so often. I play on
I love it.
PS5 Joker.
OBS is this is a cool little stadium. OBS I I don't like the scene transitions and stuff like that. Twitch is definitely better,
Hmm.
but OBS is more convenient. Like I can stream to multiple things because I'm using OBS. Appreciate all the likes,
Nice.
guys. Relax, chill. Thank you so
What
much. You guys
exactly
know it.
like what exactly is OBS? Because I always hear about it, but I've never heard it like explained.
Okay, so OBS is a streaming software. So what you do is every streaming website that you use. So if you have a YouTube channel and you make videos and you do live videos, you have a stream key that is
Hmm.
attached to your video. That stream key directs all your traffic straight to there. So in OBS, you put in your stream key for whatever streaming platform. If you have TikTok stream key, you can do that. Twitch, same thing. So what I do is I have a Twitch stream key and a YouTube one. So I found a free thing called Restreamio.io. It's free, and they give you 2 free stream sites. So I just chose to stream to YouTube and to Twitch. I put in both of those stream keys on Restreamio, whatever, and then I put in my Restreamio stream key. I get my own individual Restreamio stream key that has those 2 things embedded in it. So now, with that stream key put into OBS, that then gives me the ability to stream to both of those and to view both of the chats from Twitch and from YouTube as well.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then if you pay, and obviously you have the ability, you can add a third, which at some point I would love to be able to stream directly from my Twitch to my TikTok. That'd be cool, or OBS to my TikTok. That'd be cool. But it's essentially just like a user interface that allows people to traffic and conglomerates everything.
Is that what most people on TikTok that stream games with the split screen, is that what OBS is? Like they're using OBS to do that?
So half of them are using OBS. The other ones that have 10,000 followers or more, what they're using is probably TikTok Studio, because they have their own TikTok Studio for gaming, which essentially does the exact same thing that OBS and all that other stuff does, but it's proprietary to TikTok.
Okay.
So yeah, it works a little bit better than the third. And I don't think it allows like multi. That's the one downside.
Interesting.
Y'all don't gotta y'all can just chill, man. Just relax.
I got current gen Xbox. I haven't had an Xbox since the 360, Joker.
The good thing about if you get a PC. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna tell him that's how much of an old head I am.
Oh, because of the last one being the 360.
Yeah.
If you
it's crazy
ever
to think
end
that
up getting an
old head
actual
status
PC,
now.
that's the youngins would definitely call you old. Like, oh, you're old. Playing on
You
that
played the
antique?
original. You played the Xbox One before the Xbox One. You old.
Crazy to think that like all some of these kids know is the Xbox One. Get above me. I'm dead. That's crazy.
Because back in our day, the original Xbox, when they came out the 360, people called it Xbox One.
I
At least around
remember
here.
because I had the original Xbox. That thing was beefy. Holy cow! And it could. I like the original Xbox over the PlayStation 2 because you were able to store like anything on it, primarily music. So I would get music or I would get CDs from my friends. Like primarily, I remember I had the Get Rich or Die Trying album from 50 Cent because it had come out. One of my friends bought it, brought it over to my house. I downloaded it or ripped it is what I did. I ripped it onto my Xbox console.
Yup.
And I just
had
always
the visualizer.
had it. And you could sit and just vibe out. It was like having a lava lamp in your room. It was so cool.
It was
and people.
Oh, go ahead.
Oof. No, that was like people just didn't realize how amazing that was.
It was like an 8-year-old's way of acid tripping.
Yes, really. Because I think I was probably 10. Yeah, right around 10 when that dropped. Man, what a year! What a freaking year!
I have a
I was on
PC.
cloud 9.
Yeah,
I don't know where Spider is.
I just got the PS5. I'm gonna go way back. I'm old head for sure. I still have the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1, PlayStation 3, and I got Xbox 360 and Xbox One actually give me like 2 minutes. I dug up my PlayStation 1. So let me go find that real quick. I dug it up like a month ago.
That's crazy that you still have it. Yeah, I did not want to stream today. I'm not even gonna lie. Not feeling it, guys. Not feeling it. I'm glad I did. Probably the last time I'm gonna get to talk to 180 for a while. It's disabled. Trash. I'm also glad that we're just playing very chill, very relaxed, not too serious.
It's buried in
Yep.
baby stuff right now. I'm not trying to move all those clothes. Do you know the game Street Brawlers for PlayStation 2? I know of it. I never played it. I, I was never into sports, so I was never into sport games.
I don't. We need ammo. Not good. I knew I was done for. I knew I was done for. Oh man, what
Oh
a day! What
no,
a day!
Tommy took a shot to the face.
We're here getting plastered, Bo, getting plastered. Hillhop was a smart play. I might actually bump this up a little bit louder.
What games did you have for the PlayStation 2? So the PlayStation 2, I had Guitar Hero 3, of course.
Oh,
I
where?
had
Get off me! Off me!
um,
Reinforce.
the Sam Raimi Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3, which I ended up getting. I got Spider-Man 3 from Blockbuster, and then the weekend that I got it, they went out of business. So I ended up just keeping it. um, and then um, I had I had a PlayStation 2 for a really long period of my childhood, so I had so many games. Uh,
It's ridiculous. Oh, get up off me!
and then also the
Didn't ask for
PlayStation
this.
2 could play PlayStation 1 games, so I played the PlayStation 1 Spider-Man, um, the Buzz Lightyear game, which I just found out that it's on PlayStation, and I can get it for free because of the tier subscription I have for PlayStation Plus. So I can go back and play the
Oh,
Buzz Lightyear game that I never finished as a child.
Buzz Lightyear Star Command.
Yes, and then Toy Story and the I had the PlayStation 1 Power Rangers game, um, Rampage, um, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. Oh man. Um,
No granades. No
I, ne-
granades.
I never got, my mom never bought me any God of War games because obviously she must have had an idea of what it was. um, uh, San Andreas. Somehow I snuck that into my collection.
Every kid got that game somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but everyone got that game.
Yeah. Every parent was like, "Oh, whatever, go ahead." And then
I'm.
and then you play it in front of them, have to turn down the TV, start following the traffic laws while they're in the room.
My dad caught me. I think I told this story before. My dad caught me playing it, and that was the last time he ever let me play it. I walked into the police station, and I had grabbed the double sided purple
Ah,
DILDO, yeah. And he saw me running out of the police station, beating the cops with it, and he was like, "Nope, can't play this anymore."
he
And I
said,
was like,
"Nah."
"Oh." Oh, and that's all. Once I found out that that was a thing, that's all I did for like a week in that game. That's literally all I did. I just run around, just beat people with it. Boom, that's it.
Oh my gosh, the most embarrassing thing that I can think of experience wise that I had with San Andreas was once I found out when you honk at prostitutes, it it does the thing, and I was like, oh, I'm spending an hour doing this.
Kids being kids. Well, boys being boys, rather.
Yeah.
What are you at, though? That was. I can't believe so many of us got our hands on that game. And our
For
parents
real.
really were like not paying attention to it fully.
Ooh,
Some,
another
not all.
PlayStation 2 game I played but never beat or even got far in was it was one of the Matrix games. Some Path of Neo, I think it was.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
it's like
remember there was the cheat code one. There was one you could put in a cheat code. I don't remember what the code was, but
yeah.
I don't know.
I never tried any cheat codes, I guess, but like the opening was it was one of those things. Um, they do it a lot now in survival games and stuff where it's like the opening is just like this free for all, and then like it's a scripted death, but you can try to survive as long as you can. And it was like one of those, and every time I died, I just kept replaying to try to get further and further, just to see like how far I could go before the game forced me to have the scripted death. And I think I got so far into it that like I faced off against this like martial artist like master,
Uh-huh.
and I would just die to him every time because your health wouldn't regen. Whatever you entered the that portion of the map on is the health that you would keep.
Oh, I'm talking to 180. So you spell his name on YouTube One8ty, and in there you could hear me and him. On my YouTube, I haven't fixed the audio yet, so let that work.
All of us three are old heads. I have it on my phone and my PlayStation 2. Yeah, they did not know anything about it. My dad
Come on now, get over there.
knows the game though, but he let it slide.
Well, we want it.
You had a very laid back dad then, because, well, my dad wasn't really there to tell me otherwise, but my mom, I remember one time she slipped up and let me rent Grand Theft Auto 4 on the Xbox 360, and she came in my
Hey, come
room
on.
and
Come on, guys.
she saw like the game and she like could recognize it was like Grand Theft Auto format, and she told me I couldn't play it anymore. So I had to sit there while my sister got to play it in my room on my
Uh-huh.
Xbox and
Hey,
just watch her just not complete any missions or anything, just free roam. And I was like, this is a waste of my weekend rental.
I had a time when me and my sister, my older sister, were playing Grand Theft Auto, and we made a very stupid bet of whoever could stay alive the longest, or whoever died the quickest, had to get their eyebrow shaved.
Oh
And
no.
let's just say, so this is high school time frame. Around the first few times I had experimented with the magical Mary, if you will.
Magical
Um,
tree.
yes. So one of the first times this was that time. I'm downstairs chilling. I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll take you up on that. I'm a pro. In my head, I'm thinking the rules are we have to like be actively, trying to like cause a ruckus.
Hmm.
That's how everyone does it.
It's like,
So
yeah, you gotta have a minimum of 3 stars.
so that's what I did. I went to the military base. I stayed alive for like 8 minutes after I got the stars. Like that's when I started my count and everything. And she just drove around for like 25 minutes.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
and then, long story short, I ended up shaving off my eyebrows.
Jeez.
Yep. Because she literally just was cruising around town, cruising around the street in her 6'4".
You ever try out the secret location for the San Andreas co-op?
Uh-uh.
My sister and
Ooh,
I
excuse me.
every now and then my sister and I would do it. Um, but it was like very limited. Like you couldn't do any missions together or anything. It was just a free roam, and you had to stay within like a certain vicinity to each other. It was all right for its time.
I don't think I ever played that.
It was like in the main game, but it was like there was a certain cul-de-sac that if you went down, there was an icon, and um, you stand in front of it or you stand in it, and it just says press start on second controller, and then after that, like, you just play as one of CJ's girlfriends, and then you just roll around with them.
I didn't know that.
Yes, sir.
Hi, it's the more you know. Yeah, Joe. Oh man, made it through another match. Day is staying. Yeah. Different
Can't lie,
thing.
he's a W dad. For sure. As long as he was like making sure you weren't trying to do Grand Theft Auto lifestyle in real life, then yeah.
Definitely a good dad. Good
Yeah.
rest. Yes, he does. Yeah. Even though I didn't want to stream today, I'm glad I did.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I had a feeling today that like I slightly wanted to, and for some reason in the back of my mind I was like, I'm pretty sure Roby like doesn't really want to. So I was like, now I have to. like I
I
was
was
like
not feeling it.
I was like I have to hop on for the homie.
I literally, in my head, all I'm looking forward to is like going to sleep tonight,
Hmm.
waking up tomorrow, working out as soon as possible, eating, and then probably just going back to sleep. So I can hopefully sleep again, and then hopefully wake up and have a little bit more energy for this.
It,
I just want
it
to feel more like myself.
and ain't no shame in that. Get your rest in, Roby. I'm sure everybody viewing your stream, and I'm sure Joker can agree that you've been working your butt off, and you deserve to have some much needed rest.
Jade Shaw, I appreciate. Definitely make sure I think I need, which is strange, but the body needs what the body needs.
I wanted to talk to you about. Before I hopped in the game, I ended up rewatching the sixth episode of JJK,
Uh-huh.
and I took notes as I
Okay.
do. So I wrote down.
Lakes are low. God bless you.
I said Gojo versus Jogo with the rolling eyes emoji. I said real creative because the volcano curse guy, his
Yeah.
name's Jogo, and I was like, man, they already ran out of names. That's wild.
They out here. They out here. Already topped off, huh? Already topped off, huh?
And then I put, oh, it was just me kind of explaining to myself. Domain expansion. Well, in Gojo's words, uh, Joker says yes, he has. He deserves a rest.
I
Um,
I uh I got you pulled up. I can't see the stream, but I do
oh,
appreciate it. Thank you, Joker.
um,
Appreciate both of y'all.
Domain expansion. Innate domain made with curse energy and imbued with curse technique, which I'm not too sure what the differences of those are quite yet. I'm sure they'll definitely dive into it more as the
Mm-hmm.
show goes on. Um, and then domain expansion boosts stats due to elemental factions or factors, and technique imbued with domain are always. Oh, I put this as a joke. I said technique imbued with domains are always sure to hit within that domain. That is guaranteed. And I put that in a quote from Gojo, and I put in parentheses, anime talk for not always guaranteed.
Oh, get up off me!
if
Get up off me!
if any character ever says this is the rules and it's guaranteed, there's guaranteed to be a character that breaks that rule. Just like how, like in Naruto, they're like, oh, these are the chakra natures, and people can only have uh, a maximum of two chakra natures, and that's a guarantee. And then
Mm-hmm.
within like 3 arcs, they just throw that out the window.
Yep. You're like, wait, so that doesn't matter anymore? Okay, cool, awesome. Glad we're on the same page. Suck. How did we fail that one?
Or even when they were like, water nature will always beat a fire nature no matter what. Like, that's a guarantee. And then Madara shoots a huge fireball towards the Shinobi Alliance, and an entire squadron of water nature users uses a water wall, and the fireball, like, basically just slaps it to the side.
Tanks it. Absolutely tanks it.
Um, oh, you can take the hit from domain expansion attacks using a curse technique, or you can try to go outside the domain. But the best way to deal with domain is to lay out your own domain. And then when two are laid out, the more refined domain will dominate. Compatibility and amount of energy can factor into. And then this is where I made a transition in my notes to where Gojo pulled down his blindfold, and I said, "Pretty, pretty eyes."
He do got pretty guys though.
Yeah. And I said, "Infinite void."
Me hungry. Want some raisin bran? But it made me specifically want raisin.
Man, I haven't had Raisin Bran in like a month.
I had a
I
bowl before I got on stream. I'm about to go grab another bowl right now. A little bit.
I would grab some if I grabbed the right almond milk when I was at the store, but I did not. So I grabbed an
Still
unsweet.
original.
I have to have the sweet almond milk, otherwise it just tastes off to me.
Yeah, I was doing the sweet for a while, and then when I finally got used to the original, through which took me a while, I had to find the right brand for me, but
Hmm.
it was a wrap from then on out. I love the original. I need the consistency to be similar to the consistency of 2%. That's my thing.
Yeah,
Miss that consistency. Sometimes almond milk's very, very runny.
true. Um, and then I put uh in Mortal Kombat voice decapitation fatality for when he rips off Jogo's head. Um, and then I have notes on the other human dude running with the curses. And as I told you the other day, I have him in my notes as Pretty Boy. I said Pretty Boy understands mumbles, which is the I called mumbles the curse that, like, he talks, but everybody claims that they don't understand what he's saying.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I said Pretty Boy understands mumbles, and Pretty Boy can't be seen by people of the school, question mark, question mark. And then I said Flower Genjutsu, stripping away will to fight. Uh, and then Gojo says something about how impressed he is that mumbles can hide his presence. So I found that interesting, that curses can hide their presence even from somebody as skilled as Gojo. Um, and then Itadori about to be personally trained by Gojo. Turn up. And then Pretty Boy Door of Teleportation leads to beach, question mark. And then that's when his name was revealed. I said, Pretty Boy is ghetto, question mark. And then he mentioned D-Day, October 31st. And then I said, two color-eyed Stitch Man, question mark.
Color-eyed Stitch.
If I don't know their name, if they don't give me a name, I'll give them one. No
They're
matter how
named whatever
complex
they
it
look
is.
like. I love that you give them their own personal nicknames. I do the same thing when I don't have a name for a character in the show.
It's like, oh, you don't have a name? Well, you're Mumbles. And when they do tell me what your name is, you're probably still Mumbles.
And Stitches.
What's up, Stitch Face? Two wide Stitch Face.
Shotgun. Oh, it's rap now.
Blue-eyed white Stitch Face.
Not lo-fi. There it goes. Halfway trap. I was like, what the heck?
The lo-fi be hitting.
I love lo-fi. I forgot how good it was.
That's what I literally said on stream, like at the top of the Power Wash stream. I was like, I used to like not really care for lo-fi, but I guess I just wasn't listening to it in the right context.
Mm-hmm. Like if you're trying to chill, there's no better music than lo-fi, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Unmatched.
Oh, let me pull the chat back up.
Just steal my shotgun right in front of me? Oh no.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm finna get GTA 6 as soon as it comes out. I'm not gonna lie, I will probably watch people play GTA 6 for the first year. I'm likely not gonna get it for.
I said the exact same thing.
Yeah. I found it more entertaining to watch people play GTA 5 than I ever got enjoyment from it.
I'm actually really happy about GTA 6 coming out because I feel like most of the big time streamers are going to be spending most of their time playing that.
Mm-hmm.
So like the smaller time streamers can get the crowds for people who don't want to watch that gameplay.
Facts.
Because I feel like now it's a little split. Some over on Fortnite, some on Apex, some on this, some on that.
Yeah.
But when GTA 6 comes, because there's not been a title that most of the gamers or like the big name game streamers have played together collectively in a while.
Yeah.
I think GTA 6 is going to be that game. And I'm happy for it because I think the more niche audiences will start to come back, I think. I hope.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll definitely open up room for people that are trying to play more genre-defining games and whatnot. Because people will be like, oh, like, I already know GTA 6 is a good game, but I heard this game came out and I don't see anybody playing it. Oh, this guy with 200 subscribers is playing it. Let me see if I enjoy watching him play.
Yep.
And then, yeah.
I look at the bad side of streamers, like the big name streamers not having a unified title. Like I look at it like this. Imagine when what game was it? Imagine when The Last of Us 2 first came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Immediately, literally like within, I would say the first 24 hours of the game coming out, everyone had already seen the ending of the game. Whereas, like, if they were playing The Last of Us 2 with someone like me or someone like you, taking their time and going through it, they wouldn't have seen the whole game in 24 hours. They would have seen it across maybe like 40 to 60 hours because like we would have taken our time, we would have done this differently, we would have done that.
Yeah.
Like it immediately would, I think, sucks the gamerness out of the streaming, if you will. I don't really have a term for it. It gets rid of the actual fun element of streaming to an interested crowd because of these high-level streamers blowing through these games.
Yeah.
And no title is safe from it.
Yep. It's that competition of like, oh, I can't take my time with it because if I don't finish it, somebody else will, and then nobody's going to show up to the stream because they already know the ending. And it's like, I don't care. If people know the ending, like, big whoop, like, I'm still going to have my unique 2 cents to add to any dialogue that is able to be had.
Waiting for it to come back. I think I feel like the Dragon Ball Fighters crowd dissipated a lot because, but it did. I mean, there's still a huge following of people who watch Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah.
Um,
When was
it's
the last
just
time
not
you
nearly as big as it was.
When was the last time you played Fighters?
I played it for funsies for like 20 minutes. I think the last time I was playing UMVC3, I took like a little break from UMVC3, jumped on Dragon Ball Fighters, did some combos that I remembered.
Okay.
So like nothing crazy. I would like to play it more, but I want to learn UMVC3 first.
Yeah.
Because I think Dragon Ball Fighters it's a fun game, but it's not timeless like Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
So they get that rollback netcode. Off me?
I don't.
Have you never had your car?
I truthfully
I'll
don't know if Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Fighters will get that legendary status because of Sparking Zero coming out. And I think that's what kind of staggers Dragon Ball Z in the game industry is that like before anything can kind of get cemented as a classic game and get like the props it deserves, a new game comes out.
So my take on it is, I think Dragon Ball Fighters can get that legendary status, but I think what they would have to do is one, like I just said, they need to get the rollback netcode so the online experience is perfect all the time for everyone. So people in Europe can play against people in the US, no problem. Like once they do that, perfect. And then also they need to have a feature to where you can select the season of which you're playing, because like some people preferred season 1, 2, or 3 over like everything current. Like me, I preferred season 2 of Dragon Ball Fighters. No, season 3 of Dragon Ball Fighters is 2 and 3.
I didn't
And
know
if they made it to, oh yeah, because what they would do is they would drop new characters and then they would also drop new game mechanics. So each time when they would drop new game mechanics, like season 3, I think was the season of the fuzzy. So that's when you could snap characters out and then snap them in. But when you would snap them in the character into the game, they would essentially be like locked. They'd be hard locked into blocking.
Oh.
And then you could just keep doing that until you snap somebody in and you actually got a hit, which was very cheap. And if you did get the hit off of the snapback fuzzy, you were decimating a character most of the time, especially if you had like 3 or more bar.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was a lot of changes. Some people really, really liked that season. Some people liked the season that preceded it. Some liked the season that was before that one, so season 2. Season 2 was more simple. Like the way the game is set up now, where you can choose the assists, that wasn't always a thing. It used to be you only got the one assist, the A assist. Everyone had just the A assist. That's all you got. Yeah. Now you can choose A, B, or C assist. Crazy. A whole bunch of changes. There have been a lot of changes to the game.
Yeah.
Some good. Get down here, Zeretus. Don't nobody like you. Oh! You friend?
Joker says that he's a go at Fortnite. Do you have
This dude said, who leaves the playground that dirty?
Well, you know what? Children are filthy. So this does
Yeah.
not surprise me.
Oh, baby, what's going on, man? God bless you. Thanks for stopping by.
What I have questions on is how did the roofs get that dirty? What kind of parents weren't watching their kids to make sure they weren't jungle gym climbing on the playground?
I am so tempted to make
To make what?
some cookies. I've got some Nestle Toll House cookies in my freezer. Yeah, I'm very tempted. I'll make a bunch of those. 5 of them.
Wait, what were you going to say to me before that? I don't recall. Joker, you'll learn very quickly that I have ADHD. And if my thought does not come out within 3 seconds of me thinking it, chances are it's gone into the abyss
It's
forever.
gone. Never
It's
to come
gone.
back, buddy.
It's gone until I sign off of stream and lay down in bed and randomly at 2 o'clock in the morning remember, oh, I wanted to say this.
That's what it was.
And then I'll make a mental note to bring it up in the next stream, and then I'll completely forget. Oh well, bye bye. All right, see you, Joker.
Ta-ta, Joker.
Till 2 a.m.
Ta-ta.
Well, I'll be here. I don't got work tomorrow, so. And this is my farewell stream, so I'm gonna be up for a minute.
Triple kill. Got another one. Go grab me a bowl of cereal after this game. I think I'm gonna just gorge myself on food tonight.
Yeah, I barely ate today, so I might warm me up a plate of some spaghetti. My girl made some spaghetti with ground turkey. And it is delicious.
God bless you as well, Joker. Such kind words.
She's the best with your son or daughter. Thank you very much. God bless you. And it is a boy.
It is a son.
It is a son. It is a baby boy.
There are so many bad jokes that just ran through my head that I remember that I like from so many movies that I wanted to say, but my Christianity won't allow me to. Want to.
It's okay. I'll fill in the blanks and laugh about it.
Glad you're there. I am glad you're there. Sigma Worlds alone, God bless you. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm having a voice chat with my homie right now. It's his last stream of, not, I was going to say of the year, but for a while, he's got a son on the way. So I won't be able to talk to him for a while. So I'm actually about to go grab a bowl of cereal, come back, continue our conversation and whatnot. But how are you? What's going on with you? God bless you again. Yeah.
Like father, like son.
True. Like father, like son. Oh man, yeah, we got some lo-fi vibes going tonight. Because you can't hear. I am playing this on my, but you can't hear it from my monitor. So got some music playing for you. I'm gonna go grab this cereal real quick. I'll be right back. 180.
I'm gonna grab some water.
All right.
Hello. All right.
Oh, this is my jam. Hey, this is my jam. Yes. Heck yeah, brother. Yes. I was hoping I'd hear some stuff I knew.
Oh, a lo-fi you recognize?
Yeah. So when I was living in Oregon, I had already like cleaned up my music choice selection and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was doing real good with my music and whatnot. So like I defaulted to lo-fi, and I had a whole bunch of lo-fi songs downloaded and whatnot. But I recently, when I went so like strictly only to like gospel music and praise music, I cut out all of my lo-fi as well. Glad I found some of the stuff, some of the songs I remember.
Yeah, I'm a complete rookie when it comes to lo-fi, so I just ended up going on Spotify and looking up streamer friendly lo-fi, and then just pressing shuffle on that.
My usual go-to is I just type in like lo-fi chill hop, and
Mm-hmm.
that's usually exactly what I need. And sometimes I'll like specifically type in a song that I like, um, and then that will give me more songs that fit perfectly with that kind of a vibe. But I
Oh,
also use YouTube Music. YouTube Music, I think, is personally I feel is the superior streaming service, which is why actually pay for it. And I've never
yeah.
paid for a music streaming service before.
I yeah, I feel like their algorithm is probably top tier because they've had years and years of collecting people's data.
Yeah, that's true. Their algorithm is fire. Like the first time I used it, even the free version, um, I think I remember I used Chris Brown radio, and when they played 3 or 4 Chris Brown songs back to back, I was like, "Get out of here!" And then they played 2 songs that weren't Chris Brown, and then they played 2 more Chris Brown songs. I was like, "Oh yeah, this is it. This is the station.
Yeah.
This is the app for me."
Man, the kids have school in the morning, and two of them are still up.
What?
It's like they need some
No thanks.
melatonin.
Sure do. About to be midnight.
Yeah. I told them, I was like, well, don't be causing trouble at school just because you're tired. Not on me. That's on you, homie.
No, this one too. Goodness gracious. I did used to listen to a lot of lo-fi.
I had a I had a question to. I should have wrote it down. I meant to ask you something today, but I don't. Let me see if.
Anime related?
No, it real life related. Let me see if I scroll through
Better.
my notes if something triggers my brain. Hmm. Maybe it was on TikTok. Oops. That's not
What a
what
healthy snack. Holy cow.
What's the healthy snack?
Raisin bran.
Oh yeah, yes sir. Um, Come on, Drew. Why do you gotta be like this? Ooh, a sub sounds so good right now. Maybe it was anime related. Hmm. Well, until I figured this out, I did scroll past something and it made me pop up a different question. So I'll use this question until I am able to remember. But who do you think is the better father, Goku or Vegeta?
Mm, personally, I feel like Goku's a better father than Vegeta. Vegeta's more of a present father, but Goku's like that encouraging, hyper believing in you, like the father that you get inspiration from. Vegeta's the father that you listen to, because sometimes he scares you, but you still love him
Mm-hmm.
to death. But at least just how I view them now, Vegeta, how he is now, is different. Um, but he just got to this point within like Super, like halfway through
Yeah.
Super, essentially. So I can't take all of Vegeta as a father away and only apply this piece of it now. That wouldn't be fair to Goku, because I feel like people do that to Goku. They're like, well, he's not there half the time, and then they fail to forget, or they fail to remember that Goku was saving the planet all of these other times. Like, he got a hole in his body protecting his son against Raditz. Then um, he fought against Frieza, who would have absolutely wiped out the entire universe because he's a dirty Saiyan. So, he protected his son, and he still believed in his son even while he was on Namek. And he was fathering him while he was on Namek when Gohan tried to stay and this, that, and the third. He was like, do what you're told, Gohan. I am your father. Like a real dad should. He told him to get out of there, and he meant that. Like, get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Gohan has more of that. Granted, Gohan is older than, Bulma, or not Bulma, than Bola and Trunks. But even I feel like Goten and Gohan collectively overall respect Goku more. I don't know, but that's just my take on it.
Yeah. Because I think last night you mentioned that you respond better to more of a strong, stern figure. So I wasn't sure if
Mm-hmm.
your opinion would be Vegeta or not because of that strong
See,
stance that he takes.
if I had to choose between the dads, I would prefer Goku, because I feel like Goku is just as strong in his stance as Vegeta is, as
Hmm.
far as everything. Because when Goku was training Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku was very strict on Gohan. Yes,
That's
he
very
was
true.
lenient at certain points, But when Gohan said he wanted more from Goku, Goku gave him more.
Yeah.
He was just cautiously worried because he is still his son. Unlike Vegeta, Vegeta was completely shunning Trunks in that moment. And even when Vegeta was training with Trunks later on in the future, as Trunks was a kid, and they were in the hyperbolic time chamber, or no, in a training room, Vegeta and Kid Trunks, Vegeta's like, if you can punch me in the face, I'll take you to the park. But like Vegeta couldn't even control his emotions enough after Trunks hit him to like not just strike him back immediately. That could have been a teaching moment where he could have thrown a punch, and right before he hit him, he could have been like, don't let down your guard. But instead, he decked his son like really freaking hard that he almost cried.
Yeah.
So I think they're both strict, but Goku is strict in a loving way and disciplined in a loving way, whereas Vegeta's was strict and disciplined in a selfish and prideful way. What type of fear AI is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Noah. Sorry, we're eating our cereal. What's your take? Which father figure do you think is better?
So, in a sense of like, raising their children in a way of pure strength, then definitely Vegeta. But I definitely can now see like where you're coming from your stance of like Goku wasn't necessarily like lenient to Gohan. He just didn't want to push him too early, even though like Goku always knew Gohan's like potential, like from day one, and it's been very apparent because he's always had like confidence in Gohan, even when Gohan was just the kid with the little hat and tail, and like, oh, I gotta hurry up and get home and do homework, otherwise mom's gonna get mad. And Goku is always just like, you don't got to. You could cock somebody in the face and be fine. Like, and honestly, he was the first person to really get a good hit in on Raditz. Like, but yeah, now that I think of it, definitely Goku, because like Trunks respects his dad and like gets very emotional when Vegeta like shows that side of being proud of him, but you can also tell like Trunks walks the fine line of wanting to make his dad proud and also just purely rejecting his dad as a figure in his life. Like, because you can kind of see in some moments that Trunks like will just kind of be like, all right, like the way that you want me to be isn't me, and if that's who you want me to be, then like sorry, but you're just gonna have to be disappointed in me.
Yep.
And so yeah,
like I look at no,
sorry, I was gonna say like in Super, I feel how they've kind of not necessarily retconned but developed Vegeta. I think he's like started to notice like to be a good father and to be
appreciate the likes. God bless you. Thank you so much.
To be a supportive father to my son, like I need to be emotional even though it makes me uncomfortable.
Yep. I think Vegeta is one of those characters that finally has learned, kind of what Goku has known this whole time. Like, the more in tune you are with your emotions, the stronger you're allowed to become. Because, like, yeah, anger is the easiest emotion to exploit. And
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot like for us as human beings that we could learn from that alone. Because me, for like my whole past, anger was my go-to emotion. Like that was the easiest one for me to identify and relate to. That and the third.
Mm-hmm.
And them touching on that in Dragon Ball Z is another reason why I've always liked the show. But then them showing that Goku could get strong out of other ways, not just, you know, him being angry all the time. Sometimes it would be, because he loved people so much that they were
Mm-hmm.
hurt. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a different form of anger, but it's rooted in love, which
Yeah.
is
That
different. So
that like compassion.
yes,
Hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I
I
guess.
don't know. I get more out of Dragon Ball than a lot of people. I get more out of a lot of things. I find meaning in like my French fries being certain lengths.
No, I get that because like when I try to introduce Dallas to Naruto, like every time he'd be like, "Oh yeah, like I just finished this episode and like it was cool because of X, Y, and Z." I'm like, "But did you look into the metaphorical understanding?" So I totally get like the breakdown of Dragon Ball Z characters because that's the level of passion that I have with the Naruto verse. I think I think in order for me to like fully appreciate Dragon Ball for what it is, like I need to restart from day one Dragon Ball and just commit to watching from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z to I'm gonna say GT and then Super. Just chronological order it.
I uh,
Well, release
I'll
order.
wait to do my yearly rewatch. And once we figure out a way we can do it, we can do that. I'll watch it with you
Bet.
because I usually like so every year I think I told you I usually do a yearly rewatch of certain series. But the only one I always remember to do is Dragon Ball Z. It's the only
Yeah.
one I always remember to do because it's just so easy for me to go through. And I have a version on my PC that has no intro or outro on it.
Oh. So
Yeah,
it's like a
so it's like
movie.
it's kind of like 17 minutes. You get like the intro playing like thing where it's like
Hmm.
like where they introduce like, oh, it's um this is the title of this episode. That's
Yeah.
that's it. And then yeah, absolutely love it. Oh, they got me. They jumped me. Not
Yeah.
today.
Where it's like Gohan's Fury, and then it's
Yes.
just yeah.
Yep. That's what you get, and then you're into the episode. You're past the recap, all of that crap. Um, and then I also have it on DVD. Like it's the one series that I have to have. I don't even have Yu Yu Hakusho on DVD. So that's why I say Dragon Ball Z has to be my favorite. I have it in
Yeah.
so many different forms. Oh,
Hmm.
finally got kill. Kill.
I don't know if I've asked you this, but who I'm gonna say besides Frieza and not anybody that is villain turned hero within Dragon Ball, but who is your favorite villain?
So I can't say Frieza
Hmm.
and no heroes turned villains.
Yeah, just pure villain character.
I think that only leaves like Boo and Cell, right? Huh.
I guess so. Hmm.
I would
Let me
say
rephrase that then. Um. Okay. So besides Frieza, out of let's go ahead and get away from the no villain turn hero. And besides Frieza, and Vegeta as a villain turned hero, who from any of the renditions of Dragon Ball would be your favorite villain?
Oh, I would say I'd have to watch Dragon Ball more. I've only seen it twice. I can't
Okay.
choose anyone from there. Can I choose from the movies? No, because that's not really
It,
canon.
well, it doesn't have to be canon.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, my favorite villain that changes things. Hold on. I might need like a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Let me think. So I'm gonna.
It could be canon or it can. Well, you said that you never really watched any like the spin-offs besides GT. So,
Yes. So I saw GT 5000. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Y'all are doing too much. Um, my initial thought was Dr. Wheelo. That was my initial thought from Dragon Ball Z, Strongest the movie. But then,
was that the one
like
that was in
just
a
now,
mech?
yes. Well,
Okay.
so his brain was just in a like enlarged essentially, and
Okay.
he was his brain was controlling a automated body.
Okay.
So yeah, essentially a mech. But then as Lord Slug as well, and I really like Lord Slug as a villain. Like I like him as a villain a lot.
I don't think I watched
Um,
Lord Slug. I know who he is. I just never
oh,
watched it. So I don't know
dog,
any of his feats or anything.
the Lord Slug movie is one of the sickest Dragon Ball Z movies because it's one of the I think it's the first time Disturbed gets introduced to the Dragon Ball Z verse and like soundtrack wise.
Oh.
They play like I think two separate Disturbed songs throughout the movie, and it totally sets the mood for the film.
Hmm.
Absolutely set. I'm actually gonna probably watch that movie tonight.
I'll
Holy
probably
crap! I forgot how good it is.
I'll probably watch it then as well cuz
Dog.
I had Crunchyroll pulled up until the moment I started streaming.
Yo, it is so good. So the only bad thing about Crunchyroll is I don't think they have the English, like the Funimation dub of it.
Oh.
That's the only bad thing. So you're gonna get
Yeah.
like the Japanese audio, or you might get the English audio, but I don't think you're gonna get the English Funimation dub of it,
Yeah.
which is
And
gonna suck.
my subtitles still aren't working, so
If anything, just watch it on YouTube. I know for a fact you can find a video of the full Lord Slug movie on YouTube. Like I think it's like an hour and 8 minutes.
okay.
It's not a super long movie. Um, oh man, it's so. I would say Turles was a decent.
Turles was like the
Pretty
Goku
Might
look-alike,
villain.
right?
Yeah, he was the guy who essentially. So he wasn't Goku, but
Yeah.
doppelganger.
Yeah.
I like
Just
the movie's cool, but like the premise is kind of butt.
yeah. He was just like
And
another
then
low-class Saiyan, right?
he was. I don't think he was a low class Saiyan, but he wasn't a high class Saiyan. Like
Oh,
average.
okay. I
I can't
thought like
remember.
low-class Saiyans all looked similar. I don't know. It's been a
No.
while since I watched Z.
There's then the what was the other movie? So Garlic Jr. for Dead Zone. So the first Dragon Ball Z movie. I really like him as a villain in that. I don't like the Garlic Jr. saga in Dragon Ball Z, but the Garlic Jr. movie, Dead Zone, him as a villain in that is he's really cool. Have you seen
Hmm.
that movie?
Uh-uh. I've I've only seen Cooler, and then like Metal Cooler, um, Brawly, Bio Brawly, Bojack, and um, what was the one where they went to hell and like
Fusion Reborn.
Yeah,
That's where
that
they
one.
fought Janemba.
Yes, 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 yes.
So
Those are the
you
only ones I've
watch.
watched.
It sucks, man, because you watched all the like poppy ones,
Yeah.
um, and it's not your fault. You watched all the cool looking Dragon Ball movies, but you didn't watch the best Dragon Ball Z movie. I promise you that the best Dragon Ball Z movies were the first 4 to 5, um,
Okay.
which
Yeah, I just watched
I'm
what was on
verifying right now.
Nickelodeon because Nickelodeon had like a stint where they were playing Dragon Ball Z Kai, and so on the weekends instead of playing the new episode, they would play one of the movies, and it would be a rotation of the ones that I was just talking about. So,
Yeah. So like I was saying, in my opinion, the very first 5 movies are the coolest and best written movies. I
okay.
think. I think once you get to the fifth one, that's when it gets a little sloppy. Um, so the first one is Dead Zone. Second one's World's Strongest. Third is Tree of Might. Fourth is Lord Slug. Fifth is Cooler's Revenge.
Hmm.
And then yeah, everything. The only other one that, in my opinion, that is notable, and I own all of these in multiple formats. The only other one that I would recommend would be the eighth movie, which is Broly the Legendary. Only because Broly looks cool, but the
Mhm.
plot in the movie is horrible. The fights are decent, but overall, Broly is the main attraction for that movie. And then all of the other movies, in my opinion, aren't. The BoJack movie was cool. I only watched the end when Gohan goes off.
Yeah.
And Fusion Reborn is the same thing. I only watch the end when Gogeta shows up, when they do the fusion. It's literally the only part to me that's worth watching. The Goku Super Saiyan 3 versus Janemba fight is pretty cool, but that would be the part.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, for me the other movies aren't super cool. Super Android 13 wasn't like amazing. Turn of Cooler sucked. I mean, his metal form was cool, but the plot of it sucked.
Yeah. It was trash for them to be like basically I am an AI now. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay. Well, now you're just unpluggable.
Like, oh, now you're pushing it, buddy. Now you're pushing it, dude.
It's like you guys are a resilient race to just find
They're
different ways of coming back.
extremely. It's crazy how tough they made the Frieza race. Like, Frieza came back and he was all chop sueyed, and
Hmm.
he was able to survive that. It's kind of ridiculous.
The only
Kind
one
of
that
begs the
hasn't
question
came
how he
back,
got killed in the first point.
yeah, the only one that hasn't came back in a different way is King Cold, which I'm surprised.
I don't think we're gonna get a King Cold revive anytime soon. We might, but I doubt it.
Was his power level ever talked about?
I think someone said that he's about as strong as Frieza. Frieza's stronger than him, but they're roughly
Oh,
as one another. Like Frieza's final form and then that form that King Cold played. But we didn't. We also don't know if like King Cold had another transformation or anything like that because Trump's just chop sueyed him.
yeah.
The way it should have been done. Just cut him up. Don't even give him time to transform. Sick.
Said, all right, that's wraps. Sick,
Cool,
sick, sick,
cool,
sick,
cool.
sick.
He gave you 3 tries and you didn't try your absolute hardest. Suck to suck, nerds. Like, maybe it's your sword. Mind if I borrow your sword?
He said,
They
whoa,
gave him
whoa,
such a
whoa.
chump voice. Ugh.
He said, whoa, whoa, whoa. Typically, people are considerate and let me power up. No. I have
About
heart
that life.
medicine to get to Goku immediately.
And I get to see my dad and my mom? Let's go. Primarily, he wanted dad. He was all over that.
Yeah.
Why do they keep giving us the tiny people map or version? I don't like this one. Like it's a Slayer gameplay map, but we're miniature. Like we're
Oh.
extremely tiny. Don't like it.
Hit you with the
Acting.
Dragon Ball Z Daima treatment?
Way worse. Because
Oh
you're
no.
like microscopic almost.
Oh no.
No one sees me.
I
The
think the
Rain Man.
coolest outfit I've ever seen Goku in was um when he returned back to Earth from Namek, in that arc of Trunks killing Frieza. Like whatever outfit he was in when he came back from learning instant transmission.
That would be his Yardrat armor. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sure.
That
Armor
is
from Yardrat.
that's probably my favorite armor, my favorite outfit I've ever seen on Goku. And I wish it showed up more.
Yeah, and it sucks because I think they also showed Vegeta wearing it when he in the manga where he learned Spirit Fission, and it sucks that they didn't kind of keep up like that armor. I think it looks really really sick.
Yeah. What is spirit vision?
So Spirit Fission allows essentially allows him to take things apart. Like on
Oh.
the in the most basic of terms, it allows him to I guess dematerialize stuff, things that are like fused together. He can unfuse them. Things that are merged together, he has the ability to unmerge via his power.
Hmm.
And it's part of how they ended up beating Moro.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, because like Moro had merged with the planet essentially, so they needed somehow some way to get him unmerged with the planet. But if you were touching the planet, you were touching Moro, and if you were touching Moro, you were losing your. He could also absorb all of the energy of anything he touched. So since he was the planet, he was absorbing all of the energy from the planet and everyone touching the planet, and also Vegeta who was touching the planet but trying to use Spirit Fission. It was a very confusing time in Dragon Ball. Yeah, it was bad. Like they just didn't explain the powers enough, and this and that and the third. I don't know. It was very sloppy.
It sounds like a whole thing that Akira's been doing where it's just like, just know they're super strong and we gotta get even more super strong than they're super strong. It's like he's planet now. Like,
Yeah, it's so annoying, man. Because like me being like an original Dragon Ball Z fan, I
hmm
I try to back the series up as much as I can. But with a lot of this new stuff, you can't. Like a lot of this new stuff is just bad. Like even for me reading it in the manga, yeah, it's cool seeing these characters that I know and love still defending the universe, this, that, and the third. But honestly, it's just too much, and it's not written well at this point.
yeah.
Not to me, anyways.
Now is Akira greenlighting all these, or has he kind of like handed the reins to somebody else?
I've heard that he is in charge of, like, actually in charge of the writing and scripting or whatever for. Oh gosh, for Dragon Ball Super.
Hmm.
I don't know how true that is,
Yeah.
but if that is true, then he must have lost his freaking mind. Don Roby don't play that. Got him. Finish him off. Finish him off. So I don't know. It's just been really bad, and honestly, in my personal opinion, I think it's been bad since not bad, but it started to go downhill uh, midway through the Buu saga for me. Even though I love the Buu saga and I think it finishes out Dragon Ball the way it should, I feel
hmm
like it started to go halfway through is when it started to go downhill because it started to get too messy and too confusing with the fusions and like who ate who, and now like
Yeah.
we're a part of this person, but we're not a part of this person. This guy is a part of in another dimension, but he's so strong he's not in another dimension. So why is he not technically the strongest person in the entire series? Like at
Yeah.
all points in time, if he's the only one who can do this thing. Literally. Oh, wait, no. Everyone else can now do this. These two boys can now do this thing as well. Sick.
Yeah.
So for me, it just got confusing and it got really muddy there for me.
I think
So
where
he's
they
on thin ice.
I think where they should have stopped like the transformations and different variations of Boo is when Super Boo absorbed Gohan. Like that should have been all right, like Boo has like reached his final form by absorbing Gohan. And like as much as I enjoy Kid Boo and as much as I like liked the fight and uh the inspiring speech that Vegeta gave to Goku during that fight, and also um the exchange between Vegeta and Goku, where like Goku knew Vegeta could not take Kid Buu, but he still like knew he couldn't say that to Vegeta because he didn't want to hurt his pride. And I forget what exactly Goku said, but like he kind of was like, "Oh, like give me like 5 more minutes and I'll give you a chance," knowing that he wouldn't have stood a chance.
All right. So hear me out.
Hmm.
What just you can say no and it won't hurt my feelings at all. I just want to know if this would sound better to you than what we got from Dragon Ball Z. Okay. So you know when Majin Buu split and he absorbed himself, right? Like
Yes.
he was black Majin Buu and then he turned into
Yeah,
not
the
like he
pure
turned
evil
into
and the fat one.
yes.
Yeah.
So what I wish would have happened, and this is what I'm proposing. Say he does that, and then let's say he pulls out the other Boo, and he doesn't turn into anything. Like he doesn't turn into the Black Boo, he turns into Kid Boo instead. And then the other Boo, he just disintegrates or flicks away, and then we can still have Fat Boo, I guess. Right? So he spits
Yeah.
out Fat Boo essentially, and then we then get Kid Boo. So then everything from that happens from Black Boo being birthed all the way to everything that happened up until when Kid Boo came to be
Hmm.
is now gone, right?
Yeah.
So with that in mind, you would then assume the very first thing that this Kid Boo does is he then immediately blows up the planet. Like Goku and Vegeta find out, so then that's where you pick up the story from. So yay or nay, story wise, does that work better or not?
I've actually always questioned why uh Akira like even put the evil Boo if Kid Boo's supposed to be the embodiment of evil. I was like, why the extra step to get there? So I
Yep.
agree with that. I agree
Thank
with
you.
like why like if you're going to have
Carter, how about
all
that
of the
last?
evil spit out of you, why is it not Kid Buu?
Yep.
It
I'm
made
glad
it
we think alike.
it made that part of the story unnecessary and redundant. It's like, okay, so is Kid Buu more evil than Evil Boo? Or is Evil Boo more evil than Kid Buu? Because if they're both the embodiment of evil, that can't work. Like one or the other, please.
Exactly. And I'm glad we think alike because I've never said that take to a lot of people because when I ask people sometimes what their favorite arc is, Dragon Ball Z, and I don't ever judge, obviously, but the resounding overall answer for most people, and by most I'll say 60% of the people that I've asked this question to is the
Welcome to the
Buu
chat, Ben.
saga. They prefer the Buu saga, which to me blows my mind. I get the Cell saga to some extent,
Hmm.
but the Buu saga to me, unless there's certain ties to it, like I think with you, you said that's the first part of Dragon Ball Z that you saw was the Buu saga,
Hmm.
and that's why you didn't want to go back and rewatch it because you don't want to add for you.
Yeah.
Um, so I get that, and for me, I guess I'm coming from the point of anyone who's seen the show all the way through and doesn't have those types of nostalgic ties. I don't get. I've never been explained to in a well enough way why that's their favorite arc. They usually just say, "Oh, it's my favorite. It's just my favorite," and I'm like, "Okay,
Yeah.
cool." We could have had a discussion about what makes you tick, but nope. Instead, you want to just say it's your favorite. I'm not trying to denigrate you and like make you feel bad. I want to know
Yeah.
why it's your favorite. Let me
Let me
know.
just go ahead and stonewall the conversation.
Yeah. Golly, just tell me your opinions.
Why is it
I
your
mean, because
favorite? Because it is. Moving on.
yeah. Oh, good question. And so on. Like, okay, buddy. Golly.
I would like uh, a mature debate about your opinion with my opinion. Oh, good for you. Anyways,
Nice talking to you, old chap.
oh, is that what you
Last
want?
kill.
No.
Last kill. Double
But yeah,
kill.
like
Last kill. Let's go.
the the biggest thing to me, like I've always seen like that arc as an unnecessary, messy, un unneeded arc where Majin Buu was fighting Evil Buu, and then Evil Buu becomes Kid Buu. It's like I always just was like, all right, I'm just here for the world tournament of uh, Majin Vegeta going up against Goku. Like that was my favorite moment. That was the that was the moment that stuck with me since
Yep.
a child.
Yep. Agreed.
Was Vegeta and Goku officially running it back, even though Goku wasn't really giving it his all. It was another
Yep.
instance of like, like MCs are just like, no, like you're my friend now, like you're not an enemy as much as you are trying to tap back into that dark side of you. Like, I'm he's fighting to kill, but the MC's fighting to protect, and there's always that element to it. And I actually, up until recently, um, which I even forgot the reasoning behind it now, but I always wondered why Goku never went Super Saiyan 3 in that fight. And I know somebody gave an answer, but I forget what it was at this point.
So, to my understanding, from my knowledge of Dragon, what I took from it was Goku didn't go Super Saiyan for a couple of reasons. One being he wanted to fight Vegeta evenly,
Hmm.
because that's what Vegeta traded, all of that for. He traded it for the power of the Super Saiyan 2. So Goku went
Oh.
into that fight knowing that, yeah, obviously I could beat him, but Vegeta knew that, like, Vegeta didn't know that there was a power greater than that. He had never seen it, experienced it, none of that type of stuff.
Oh,
So
so it would
this,
have
like this,
shot his pride.
it would have completely blown his pride. If Goku would have gone Super Saiyan 3 instantly, they wouldn't have fought. It wouldn't have been a thing. We
Yeah.
wouldn't have seen a Goku versus Vegeta fight then. Because
Yeah.
Vegeta would have felt that power halfway through Goku transforming. And boom. The other reason why is because I think Goku, again, knew the fight had to happen for his friend's sake. Not for the world's sake, but for his friend's sake. To really get
True.
Vegeta back and to really get rid of that dark side inside of Vegeta, which had finally come back. It was always there, but that's the
Hmm.
last time you would see it. Because it was still there, but Vegeta had that tiny bit of it there. Um, that just gave it the chance to fully be expressed, finally, at last. They could
Yeah.
finally get that little unspoken thing out of the way. Who was the strongest? But again, the other reason, the second reason I think do it was because he knew that because that fight had to take place, that therefore Boo was going to happen. Therefore, he knew he might have to fight Boo. I think he knew
Mm.
that. So he knew if he used that power then, it would take too much of his time away, because that's what shortened his time on Earth while he was there. Him using Super Saiyan 3
Oh
against Buu,
yeah.
and then him going Super Saiyan 3 again to show the boys drained him because you saw he was tired and exhausted and stuff. They openly say it in the manga and in the anime that that's
Yeah.
what it was. Like it was so much energy, it was like using up his lifespan essentially.
Hmm.
And yeah, so I think those are the two big reasons why he didn't do it. I think one, and I think the other reason of him knowing the Boo thing is because he also states, at least in the anime, later, that he thinks he could have taken Boo if he had taken it serious, but he wanted to give the boys a shot. I fell off. What a nerd. So I think because of that right there, it shows that he could have actually, if he took the Boo fight serious, he could have actually won the Boo fight, I think. But I think that
Oh.
was a learning and a teaching moment for the boys because he saw how strong that they were at that age. Like he just
Mm-hmm.
knew, especially with fusion, he was like, they're definitely going to be able to do this thing. So yeah, I think at that point it was just a writing thing they wrote out. But I think he could have won at that point. Yeah,
Okay.
those are my two big reasons, and the slight third reason for why I think go Super
Okay.
Saiyan 3.
Yeah, I don't know why it never clicked with me with your second point of it just being like, oh, well, like I don't want to ruin his pride, and like obviously this is something he has to get out. Like that's Goku's way of letting Vegeta vent.
Yep, they're a
Huh.
warrior race.
Yeah.
Like that that's how that's literally how they do everything. That's how they're culturally how they do everything. They fight. Like they don't talk about their emotions. They just fight. And we were thankful as an or grateful or lucky as an audience. That's the word. We were lucky as an audience that we got great speaking moments for Vegeta. Like we got to feel like we not only did we get to see the frustration and all of that stuff, but we
Mhm.
got to feel it chokes me up a lot of times when I think about it, honest to God, because you get to feel and hear exactly how he felt. He talks about feeling low rate and second class to someone
Yeah.
who was supposed to be beneath him, and how he was raised to believe he was supposed to be this, that, and the third, and how Goku just came along and he completely shattered all of that,
Mhm.
essentially, being the impossible image that he thought he was supposed to be. That Goku was living the life that he felt he should be living. He had the wife and the kids. His son was the one that ended up saving the world, not him, not his son. Like all of this like stuff, like all this frustration at this
Yeah.
person that wasn't even Goku's fault. He let it out and he told them. But people don't see that fight for that. People see it as like a cool time when they were fighting. People heavily overlook. Golly, it makes me tear up every single time. It's like how men don't talk about their feelings because oftentimes they get shunned for it and this, that, and the third. Vegeta did not care in that moment. He let it all out. He was letting his fists fly and he was letting his emotions fly.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't ashamed or embarrassed. He was, it was the only way he could really let Goku know his true feelings. And I think that was like absolute peak of his character development. It was so needed, so needed.
Oh yeah. Cuz then it just makes his character development in super that much meaningful. Even though
Oh, I love
I know
Vegeta.
you don't care too much for super due to the power scaling and whatnot, but I think it definitely shows that Vegeta has become more mature in the outlook to take on the fact that Goku is at the strength that he is. Like it's no longer like this pettiness that he holds within himself of like, oh, like I can't believe Goku, blah blah blah. Like now he's like, oh, Goku got to level 12. Well, I'm gonna strive for 13. And like
Mm-hmm.
that's what they just one up each other, even if it's in the slightest of ways. they take pride in knowing like I might have only been stronger for 5 minutes, but I was stronger. Like,
Yep. And Vegeta also has developed to a point now where he realizes that Goku's strength isn't his strength. Like the things that make Goku strong aren't
mm-hmm.
aren't going to also make him strong. So I think Super is in that point now where they're helping Vegeta find his own strengths in his own ways. And I think that's really good for his character because they're making him strong, but by his own standards. Finally, he's no longer following in Goku's footsteps.
Yeah.
He's not trying so much to one up him in the same way. Whereas now he's trying to one up him, but completely on his own standards of his own
Mm-hmm.
accord. If it's not the Vegeta way, he don't want it.
Yeah. Because for a minute
And I love it.
he would purely only train in the hyperbolic time chamber because of the cheat code of like, oh yeah, an hour in here is like, or yeah, an hour in here is actually like a week's worth of training. And so he would try to do that to like take the quick approach of reaching Goku's power level.
And I also think it shows character development because it shows that Vegeta learned from the previous time when he borrowed power from
Mm-hmm.
Babidi. He doesn't want to do it someone else's way. He wants to have control of how he attains his power going
Very
forward.
true.
So it
Very
shows a
true.
lot of thoughtfulness on his part as well because he could have chosen to train with Whis the way Goku started training with Whis. However, he knows what's best for himself and he knows what's fighting style. So
Mm-hmm.
he therefore started to train more with Beerus because Vegeta likes to be, prodigious in his, because they say it, he's a better fighter than Goku is. Goku has more talent overall and more
Mm-hmm.
latent ability essentially, but Vegeta is a brilliant, prodigious fighter. So
Oh
like in
yeah.
the heat of battle, Vegeta adapts extremely fast and very quickly. And although I don't like Ultra Ego, that power does in ways apply to him. So yeah,
Yeah, because
I just think they could have
Vegeta
done
was
better.
Vegeta was putting paws on Broly. I always say his
Yes.
name differently every
Oh,
single
Broly.
time.
Yeah. It's everyone says it different. I always say Broly, but I know a lot of people say Broly. It
But
is what it is.
yeah, because like, man, I know I mentioned it last time, um, 2 nights ago or whatever. But man, Vegeta Vegeta's Super Saiyan transitions in that in the Brawly movie. Oh my gosh, it's like the level of respect that he deserves. But like once he turned to Super Saiyan God and he was just laying hands on Broly, it was like man, like it like at that moment I like kind of knew to myself. I was like, oh, Vegeta's like the better fighter. It's just
Yep.
uh it's just Goku pushes himself so hard in the fight and lets himself get to such dangerous places just to push his own limits. But
Goku's not afraid of failing to
mm-hmm,
his limits, and that's kind of the one thing that they never allow Vegeta. They allow Vegeta to get beat up, but they
yeah,
never allow Vegeta to push himself so far that he falls into wealth of power like Goku does because he can do that.
mm-hmm,
But I think that was what they were trying to do with Ultra. I personally don't think it hits. Like even the introduction of Ultra Ego didn't hit as good as it should have. I think it should have been something way better. I have my thoughts on
yeah.
that.
Do you think they will eventually animate the new arcs, or do you just think they're gonna just keep it pushing?
I think eventually they're going to have to if they want to make money, because Daima's going to be an animated series automatically. It's not a manga
Mm-hmm.
college. They might come out with one afterwards, but it would be very weird to go back and read a manga after you've seen the anime. In my opinion,
Yeah.
especially if it's based directly off of the anime, it's just weird doing it the other way. Usually, you go manga to anime, not anime to manga.
Yeah.
Because anyway, anime is typically adapted to or a manga is adapted to an anime. But after Daima, they're gonna have to because right now in the series they're catching up on the most recent movie. But I think what they're gonna do is after these events, so like once they're fully caught up with everything from the most recent, I think they're gonna set up the last arc for the series. I think for Dragon Ball Super would be the very, very last arc. Because we'll have all this crap, which was crap. Trust me, it was terrible crap. The granola stuff and like all of that crap. And I think they were kind of just like shooting around ideas. What I feel like they were doing, like what we would like, what we would not like as fans. That's why they introduced Frieza Black and this, that, and the third. We were kind of hyped to that. And then we also got the training experience with Broly, Vegeta, and Goku. So I feel like the introduction of Frieza Black and then in the manga, coinciding and pairing up with, once that event ended, they went straight into the superhero movie. Like that's what Goku and them were doing while the superhero movie.
The Frieza Black is before the superhero movie?
Yes.
Oh.
In the manga, it happens because they're already done with the whole Frieza Black, Granola, Moro. They're done with all that stuff. Like they've been doing, like in the story now, we've been on the actual movie, most recent movie.
I forget the most recent. I think that was superhero.
Yeah, superhero. Yeah. I've got my Crunchyroll and my Shonen Jump because I really prefer reading my manga on my PC now that I've realized that it is absolutely changed. I could do it, read it on dick. Series like it. So the navigation for Shonen Jump is absolutely horrible. It's like the worst. It's easily one of the worst navigations for website.
So I don't remember if you answered it or not, but was it Lord Slug that was your favorite villain?
Oh yeah, I was tossing around. So I think the villain that I will go with is still going to be Dr. Wheelo.
Okay.
Dr. Wheelo from the very first movie. That's the one I'll settle on. I never fully solidified it, but yeah, that one. Right.
Now, how was he a problem? I'll end up watching it, but I kind of I I like hearing you talk about Dragon Ball Z because you describe it in a way where it gets me hyped to watch it.
All right, so Dr. Wheelo wasn't like the craziest. Going through the manga right now. Yeah, you get a little story beat about Bardock in the manga before. Oh my god, yeah. So it goes like the Granola arc, like Granola and Frieza Black and all that stuff happens. Then you get a flashback to Bardock encountering Gas and these people. So you're gonna have that. Then you're gonna have the Dragon Ball superhero movie stuff. And then it'll be anything that comes after that. They even have a little bit of like Goku, Vegeta, or Goku and Broly fighting and Vegeta watching. And then like Vegeta and Goku fighting and Broly watching. Like they have all of that in here in the manga.
That's
and then
cool.
December 20th, I think I haven't read it yet. 48 pages long. That's going to be sick. Oh, it's going to be sick. There's some new screenshots or some new panels. Oh my god, they put the panels in here for Goku and Vegeta fighting! Can't wait to see the dialogue. Oh, it's going to be sick. Oh, it's gonna be so sick. Oh, no, okay. They followed the movie. They followed the movie. Um, yeah. So like, that's where they're at now. So everything. I think January 20th is when the chapter will come out. Because they only do 1 month release. So what I'm going to do is probably around May or June, like halfway through the year, I'm going to get back into the Dragon Ball Super manga. And I'll have 6 months essentially of picking up on whatever is current. And that will, telling of what's to come in the future for Dragon Ball Super. If they're going to have anything worthwhile picking up, or if it's going to be worthwhile for people to pick up on it or not, or myself at least,
Okay.
or, if not. So that's how I'm approaching it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Hoping it's good. I'm hoping it's good. Oh, so back to your question. So Dr. Wheelo, his main purpose, what he wanted was, he believed he had the smartest mind in the world. He wanted to combine the smartest mind in the world with the best fighting body, or the best body in the world. So the strongest fighter in the world. He wanted to have the strongest mind and body, realistically. So he ends up fighting or challenging Master Roshi, because he's like the same age as him, and in his time when he was not frozen in a mountain trapped in a metal body, Master Roshi was the world martial arts champion. Like, no one could beat him. Yeah, like Goku was not even a thing really at that point. Like, he wasn't on Earth yet, because this was like years and years and years and years and years, like 20, 30 years prior. So that's who he thought. He beat him, and then he had all these cybernetic like buddies of his and whatnot that he had to fight Goku. Anyway, the fights are cool. The enemy designs are super cool. The abilities that he gives these like cybernetic things of his are sick. And then again, you see him, and you're like, oh man, you're just like a brain in a metal shell. Disgusting. But then he can throw hands in this metal body. Like, he can move and like everything. It's actually really, really cool. I don't know. I thought it was really cool. I thought his motive was sound. Like, it didn't need to be because anything drastic. I just think it was solid. Like, it wasn't like, I don't know. It wasn't overly dramatic. Like, oh, I want to do this because you murdered my family. Blah, blah. Simply, you got the strongest body. You're a means to an end. Give me your body so I can have the greatest body, the greatest brain, and be like, I can have all the money in the world. I can do as much scientific research as I want. I can further humanity. I can do this, that, and the third. Like, that's what he wanted, essentially.
Yeah.
He wanted to be able to do what he wanted, and he could only do that with the strongest body, coupled with his mind. And I'm here for it. It's a solid motive. Like, if you could, I would. I'm not even gonna lie about it. Oh, they got me. And then I think the fights with him are cool. I don't know, the fights in the whole movie. The original 5 movies had so much better fights than the last movies. Like, they were actual fights most of the time. Like, they slowly get worse, I think, as you go down the line of movies. But let's see, in that movie alone, you have Goku fighting one of these mech things, or one of these like robot things, or you have him fight 2 of them actually. Then you have him fighting Piccolo, which is sick.
Oh.
Like, and it's a sick fight. Yes, Piccolo gets mind controlled. I'm spoiling the whole movie. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's such a good movie. So Piccolo gets mind controlled by Dr. Wheelo. Like, he ends up mind controlling him, which is sick. And then, after he mind controls Piccolo, after Piccolo gets unmind controlled, sorry. What then happens? Then Dr. Wheelo gets loose, and he starts pummeling everyone. Not some people, everyone. If you were there in the vicinity, you were getting pummeled. Krillin got pummeled. Goku got pummeled. Piccolo absolutely pummeled. Gohan, skibbity paps. That's what he got. He got them skibbity paps. He was dealing out just did mess to everybody. Everybody was getting it, and I loved it. I love that he got some shine as a big bad villain, and he was cool. He was cool with it.
Now, did this happen pre? I know it's not canon, but did it happen? Is it placed pre Namek arc?
Yes. So
Okay.
essentially, if it had to be placed anywhere, storyline wise, I would place it. Um, this is the what movie was this? This is World's Strongest. I would put it technically right before. If it wasn't for Goku using a spirit bomb, it would actually work in the story. Not kidding. But
Hmm.
because he uses a spirit bomb, it doesn't work. But I would put it right before. Um, and if I could put it anywhere, I would put it right before Raditz got to planet Earth. That's where I would put it. I would put it
Oh.
like as a movie to start off the series. Yeah, I would do the same thing with the um, the Dead Zone movie. I would put both of those movies as like Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z movies, like a grow into movie,
Mm-hmm.
because in both of those movies, Piccolo and Goku fight. Because they still have that or Piccolo still has that resentment for Goku. Um,
Oh.
that resentment doesn't go away until obviously Piccolo trains Gohan. That's the only time it goes away.
Wow. I didn't
Um,
realize that it
and
was still lingering that bad.
yeah, because even when Goku comes to Piccolo with the idea of them joining forces to defeat Raditz, Piccolo, like, at first didn't want to, but he had the encounter with Raditz and was like, yeah, we're going to have to do this together, essentially. Like, Piccolo knew that they had to do it together. That's the
Yeah.
only reason I think that Piccolo did it in the first place. Because Piccolo wanted to throw hands with Goku right then and there. Because they were sworn enemies, essentially, to that point.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, he had a deep hate because he was Demon King Piccolo. And Goku, killed him, of course. And
That's
then
one thing I.
they.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
That's one thing I will like applaud Dragon Ball Z is that like they wasted no time getting straight into the Saiyan arc
Mm-hmm.
because it's like it started and then like Goku introduced Gohan to Bulma, Roshi, and I forget his name, Pigman,
Who?
the Pigman.
Pigman.
Yeah, the pig that hangs out with Roshi and he's like a perv
Oh,
too.
oh no, so there's Oolong. Oolong, that's his name.
Oolong. Um, like he introduced Gohan to all three of them, and then like literally like within like their time, like within a few hours, like Raditz comes to the planet.
Yep.
I just
It
love
all
how
happened
fast
very
the
quick.
anime just is like, all right, we're getting right into the story. We're not doing this whole like 10 episodes of kind of just filling you in on everything that happened between the shows. It's just like, all right, here we go.
That's again another reason why I think those first two Dragon Ball Z movies could work as like warm you ups for the series of Dragon Ball Z. Like if you
Hmm.
had never seen any anime and someone's like, "Oh, watch Dragon Ball Z," that would get you familiar with most of the characters, not all, but the main ones like Krillin, Piccolo, Goku, Gohan, like the main characters.
Yeah.
Roshi, I wouldn't say Yamcha; he's not a main character. It would get you caught up on all of those characters, get you caught up on their abilities, their strengths, things they're good at, things they're not, um, their personalities. I don't know. They're really good movies. Yeah, and I feel like they after thinking about it, they work for the first, at least the first two movies technically work in a way. If you omit the fact that Goku is using a spirit bomb in the second movie.
Yeah. Um did the spirit ball happen before the spirit bomb or after?
Mm,
Because I know Yamcha knows how to do a spirit ball, but I wasn't
so
sure what the timeline of that power fell into the canon.
I think the spirit ball, don't quote me on this, but I think I've heard that the spirit ball technique came from Dragon Ball, not GT. Sorry, I heard it came
Okay.
from Dragon Ball, because like at that point, that's when they were introducing named Ki Blast and stuff. So you had the Kamehameha, Dodon Pod, like you had all these various like named Ki Blasts, like all these characters were getting.
Mhm.
Because obviously Tien Shin Han and Chaozu had the Dodon Ray, General Tao as well, I think. Goku had, in Master Roshi had the Kamehameha, but some of the other ones. But like everyone had their own specific little um, ability, and I think Yamcha had one that he developed that was called the Spirit. But I could be wrong because I think the Spirit Ball is also like golden or yellowish. It's not like the blue of a Spirit Bomb. So
Yeah,
it's
I think it's
different.
the same color as the Masenko.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
So I'd have to
Hmm.
look
Hmm.
into it. I'm pretty
Hmm.
sure there's a very short answer for it somewhere
Yeah.
that I can find very easily. Shut up. Oh, buddy.
I feel like I know I've mentioned it many times before, and sorry for repeating myself over and over, but I feel like Dragon Ball Z is like one of the, if not the perfect way to introduce somebody to shonen anime.
I agree. Um, Again, obviously, I'm a Dragon Ball Z stan, so
Hmm.
guys, guys, guys. Oh, I had the flag. Yeah, I'm a huge Dragon Ball Z stan, so I always push for Dragon Ball Z. Um, and the reason why I can't push for like others is because like Yu Yu Hakusho is a little too adult for most.
Yeah.
Like there's cussing and like vulgar actions, so you can't recommend it to kids. And I don't even really necessarily recommend it to nowadays because they're just different. They're different.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know. Just how I feel. And I feel like Dragon Ball Z, it's fun enough, but it's dark enough at times. Like all of it. I can't
Yeah.
believe I got the first flag capture. Let's freaking go, dude! Holy cow! This is historically my worst gameplay mode. Capture the flag, but every time, man, I've been, or not every time, but recently I've been doing really good in CF.
Yeah, I think with the dark undertones of Dragon Ball Z, it kind of balances itself out with the um I don't want to say childish, but like the kiddish mindset that Goku tends to have when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to fights and fighting people stronger than him and facing incredible odds. So it kind of like, for better or worse, it kind of takes away that tension that might be too much for a child to watch.
Yeah, it makes it more palpable or palatable for kids because
Yeah,
it's not as tense. I'm dead.
which I know some people claim that like it it ruins like the stakes of the show, which I would argue in some aspects, yes, especially in Super for the Tournament of Power. It definitely felt like Goku was just kind of treating it like playing make believe on a playground.
Yeah,
Um,
another reason I
but
don't vibe with Super.
yeah, but I mean, even though the Boo arc is not the greatest by any means, like you can feel that tension, and there's so much tension coming from so many different ways. I mean, there's the tension of Majin Buu being free, and the tension of um, uh, Kid Buu being inevitable, and then the tension of Majin Vegeta, and then the tension of Majin Vegeta sacrificing himself, and it's just like so many different aspects. And then the tension of, like you said earlier, like every time Goku used Super Saiyan 3, in the back of your mind, you
Logan
have the
Brandon.
knowledge of the fact that like he's using his life force, and so
Yep.
it's taking away from him being able to make any uh, last minute save the world efforts. And one thing I will applaud the Boo arc for doing is like they stopped the talk of
Yeah.
giving an enemy like the whole treatment of like, oh my gosh, he's strong enough to wipe out the entire planet. Nah, Super Boo, like he got tired of waiting for an opponent and he wiped out humanity. Like he
Hmm.
did not hesitate. He was just like Chi Chi went and slapped him across the face, and Piccolo was like, "Yo, just wait. I have your champion. You just need to be patient." And he's like, "No," and raised his hand in the
Produce.
air and wiped out humanity.
That's one of my favorite moments from Dragon Ball Z. Actually, the produce moment. He's
Yeah,
produce. Oh my gosh, that's so intimidating. Again, that's one of those reasons why it's hard to take like that theory earlier, taking that part out, because I think that Boo also could work. I think that
exactly.
Boo could be like they could have just gotten rid of Kid Boo and we not had Kid Boo. We could have just had that Boo.
Yeah, we could have
No
just had
fusions
Super
after
Boo.
it. Yep, we could have just had him, and we wouldn't have needed him to eat anybody or anything because again, we saw how powerful he was because he opened a rift in space time
By yelling,
by yelling.
by throwing
So
a
he's
tantrum.
clearly strong enough to be the main villain. Like, and they even stated that Kid Buu wasn't physically the strongest Buu. They said the thing that made Kid
Oh,
Buu, yeah, they said the thing that actually made Kid Buu the strongest was the fact that he was pure evil. The fact that he would just do whatever.
yeah.
And his, like, essentially, like when he would show up to planets when he was looking for Goku and them,
hmm
and
He showed up
he was
to the
just blowing
afterlife
up
to throw
planets.
hands.
He was showing up and literally just wiping planets out just because they weren't there and there was no strong people.
So
Like
petty.
in seconds he was doing this to people. Like, are you kidding me? What a fiend! What
Yeah.
an absolute fiend!
He's like, oh, they ain't here. All right, wipe.
Hmm. And then you look at the difference between that versus Super Boo. Super Boo was waiting, and he was produce. He was trying to fight the strong people, and he was willing to wait. Whereas Kid Buu is not willing to wait. If he's not ready now. Sucks to suck, buddy.
hmm
Sucks to suck. Kid Buu was not playing that.
Yeah, I definitely felt that even though Kid Buu, like you said, like was pure evil, I always felt more intimidated by Super Buu. Just because like you said, like he had the patience to wait because he just like he had the confidence in himself of just like, oh,
Yep.
I'll wait because chances are this guy's not going to be all that anyways. But
Facts.
I want to know if there's a challenge to be had. Like, like he literally was like, I'm bored and I want someone to fight. So yeah, I'll wait and sit here, squat at this hourglass for however long it takes. But just so
Hmm.
you know, if I do get bored, I'm gonna start wiping people out. And for Piccolo to be like, okay, go ahead and wipe people out. Like, we'll
Would you
use the
shoot the
Dragon Balls
Dragon
later.
Balls?
Yeah. It's like this man, like, man, you're not even human. You can't volunteer humanity up like that.
Right?
Like, I'll speak
Again,
for
man,
him.
I like I feel like they should have picked one and stuck with it instead of going with both.
Yeah, there was no need
And
to have, I think, 5 variations of Boo. Well, no, 6 because of fusions.
yeah, if you count the fusions, if you don't count the fusions, you have Fat, Black, Super, and Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you got. And then if you count the fusions, you've got Buhan, and then you have Bootinks.
Yup.
So I mean, yeah. And then if you even really wanted to count it, you could have the Boo Piccolo fusion because after the fusion timed out between Goku and Trunks, Piccolo then was the strongest between the three. So then that became the primary fusion as well, but that didn't last super long.
Oh, I must have like not even absorbed that as a child. I don't remember that in the slightest.
Yeah, I've seen the show. I've watched the show way too many
No,
times.
yeah.
I like. There used to be this show when I was younger called Beat the Geek,
Oh.
and on Beat the Geek, what there was these geeks who were masters of one subject. That's it, and it
Mm.
could be a subject about anything. And then these normal people, or what we would consider normal people, would go on the show and they would try like they would quiz both you and the geek, and you guys would have to go head to head to see who was the more knowledgeable player or the knowledgeable person in this field of expertise. And you just choose whichever one you want to go up against. I've always felt like I could have been the Dragon Ball Z geek to beat, or if they had one, I would have beat them.
Yeah.
Just seen it so many times. Like Dende's brother. A lot of people don't know his brother's name. I do because it was so sad and depressing the first time I saw those events. I remember I wanted to cry
His
because Frieza
brother,
gunned him down
yeah.
or shot him, blasted him. They blasted. Yeah, it's depressing.
Um, I'm sure at some point, like I knew this answer, but is there? Did they ever answer one? I'll say first question. Did they ever answer why the Namekian Dragon Balls have 3 wishes?
Um, in a way, well, yeah, technically they did answer it. So you can, depending on the strength of the Dragon Balls, they said you can make it have more wishes, but the wishes are less powerful if you give them if you give the dragon more power, then you can grant a stronger wish, but less wishes in exchange.
Oh.
So yeah, I think it's dependent on the kami, like whoever is over the Dragon Balls. It's dependent on the amount of power that they put into the dragon
Hmm.
and the dragon that they make, like the amount of power it can sustain, this, that, and the third. Um, so yeah,
Okay.
I think that's mainly why, because I think that the Earth Dragon can do 2 or 3 now. I can't remember sure, but it was 3 for a while, and then it changed to 2. I don't know.
Okay. And then second question, did they did they ever wish Namek back as a
So they ended
player?
up getting a new Namek.
Oh.
Um, I think that's all they did. I think they just relocated the Namek. They didn't wish back Namek because Namek was already, even before everyone had shown up. A lot of people forget Namek was like a dying planet to begin. Like,
Oh.
um, they didn't have the same fruit that they had previous. The water had been different. Like a lot had changed on Namek.
Okay.
So they needed a new planet to begin with, like a more fruitful, bountiful planet for themselves.
No. Oh man, I know you said that you're not as familiar with Dragon Ball, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. Just in case you do know the answer, did Namek send Demon King Piccolo?
I think he left of his own volition. They didn't send him there, like
Okay.
specifically to Earth. I think it's more loosely stated that Demon King Piccolo was exiled. Um,
Oh.
well, no. So what it was it was Kami that left. Kami left Namek, not Demon King Piccolo. He didn't become Demon King Piccolo until he got to Earth, accepted the title of Kami, the god of Earth, the guardian of Earth, I'll say. And when he accepted that title, he realized that he still had a little evil within him. He had to cast that evil out. When he casted that evil out in Dragon Ball, that evil then became Demon King Piccolo. He had to split that from himself.
Oh.
Um, and that's who we have nowadays, because Demon King Piccolo, hatched an egg, which ended up being Piccolo later on. That's who we ended up getting. Um, and it's the same person. Like, it's all the evil from Demon King Piccolo still, or from Kami, essentially. But Piccolo has been able to turn, and all the interactions he's had have been able to turn him from an actual pure evil being, which he started off as. That was all he was the evil from Kami. And
Oh.
then he got turned into the good guy that he is now. Like, his character development is top tier as well. Like, I don't give him enough credit either.
Okay.
Not nearly
So
enough credit.
Kami, Demon King Piccolo, and Piccolo that we know are all basically the same Namekian?
Yes. Yep.
Holy crap.
So, because chronologically, all of them go back to Kami. Um,
Wow.
and if you like, his name isn't Kami. Guru calls him the child of Katas. They don't ever say what his first name is, or like his actual like clan head name. Or no, they give you his clan head name. They don't give you his name. They just tell you in Dragon Ball Z that he is the child of Katas. That's what he's called as when they discuss him in the Namek saga.
Huh.
So the child of Katas then becomes known as the guardian of Earth, which in English is translated to Kami, or I guess in Japanese is Kami, guardian. Kai is God, but guardian is Kami, I believe. So he then attains the title of Kami. So that's his title, not his name. Then, in that process, purges himself of evil. Evil he purges Demon King Piccolo. Demon King Piccolo then is about to die, and then he creates his own offspring that is of everything of him, essentially the exact same thing, all of it, but his own offspring, but also Piccolo. And then, pretty cool.
Hmm.
That's me.
That is a wild thing that I never knew.
I don't think a lot of people really know a ton about like them as like Piccolo as a character. I think I only really know just because I've just seen it a lot, and I've only seen Dragon Ball once, but I know that from watching it, I know like character lineage like that. Like,
Hmm. Yeah, I definitely. Do they in the anime ever go into like anything deeper about Kami? Because I know like in Z, like they definitely make him an important character because of like the Dragon Balls and whatnot. But like in the manga or anything, do they ever like go into more detail about him, or do they kind of keep him a mystery in a way?
um, so to my knowledge, all I've learned about Kami is like pretty much the basics. They don't go into much of it, other than the fact that he lived on the lookout with after he um, purged Piccolo or Demon King Piccolo from his body. He just lived on Earth and he overlooked Earth as the Guardian. Like that's all that ever really happened to him, essentially. Because if you think about it, like yeah, there's some stuff that could have happened. I guess there was like they mentioned that. Well, Garlic Jr. mentions it, so I don't really know if it's not canon, but he had mentioned that there was a fight, an uprising for the position of Kami of Earth. And that Kami ended up, hit their faction, essentially like the good guys faction ended up winning, not Garlic Jr.'s dad, Garlic Sr. Hence, like his dad getting put into the dead zone, and I thought that was a cool concept. But again, I don't know or I know for a fact that movie isn't canon. Teabag team, let's go. Oh, these people are so mature. But yeah, so that's the most that I know. And then I don't know, like Popo's let out some little notes and tidbits about him, but nothing really over. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Kami's like so sick. So to me, like Kami's one of those characters. After Piccolo gets separated from him, no one cares about Kami because the whole thing is they want to develop Piccolo because Kami is now a perfectly good being without Piccolo. So like, there's no more character development needed for him in the series because of that. So they focused, I feel like, primarily. Oh, we got him now. What's up with him?
Has there been any other Guardians besides Kami?
So they talk about that. There was a Guardian that was before Kami, but they don't ever mention him. They don't show him. Hey, what's going on, Jazz? How are you? God bless you. I knew I recognized that scream name. Oh, what's up with it? What's up? Run them hands, son. Yeah. Cthulhu. Dead. Jump. But yeah, they don't talk about the other Guardians. Talk about them. It's good to see you as well. This is usually what I'm doing with my day, just playing video games. So if you ever want to see me or talk to me, I'm here. But I appreciate you stopping by. Really do. Are you living in Ohio now? My bad. 180.
Oh, you're good.
My cousin stopped by my TikTok.
No need to apologize over on this side.
Okay, I don't know if I haven't told anyone, so no one really knows. Get up off me! Get up off me! Your mother. We got them grenades for you, buddy.
Your mother.
That's I can't cuss anymore, so that's my best insult, is to just say something about somebody's mom. But I don't want to be like too harsh because you never know, People got stuff. What if somebody hears me? Oh, we got him. You were never loved. Okay, we got him.
He said, I don't want to be insulting. You were never loved.
And then I throw that out there that you were never loved, and I got to be like, but Jesus loves you. So, at least somebody loves you. But no, I moved back to Ohio. I'm staying in, I can't be too specific and all that stuff, but I live in, no! What a dirty dog. Dirty, dirty dog. I wanted to call him such a worse word. Oh my God. He sees I'm over here just chilling, talking. Dirty. But yeah, I'm close to where my parents live. If you know where Brianna lives, I live close-ish to her. I'll say this. I live close to Strongsville. That's close enough. That works. But yeah, I moved back home. I'm back home. Don't know for how long, but I'm here. That's what matters. Run up. Get down up, sir. My good sir. Good sir. There you are.
Good sir.
Got them sticky grenades for you, my good sir.
If I sprint towards your direction,
appreciate it.
You will be well done.
Extremely well done. But we got these shots for you, buddy. Yeah, I don't know for sure if I fully enjoy being back home, but I made some good friends so far, like from streaming and everything. That just so happen to also live in Ohio. I'm actually talking to them right now. So when the weather gets nicer, I at least got somebody I can go hang out with.
Yes, sir.
You're running it. So, I mean, that's a good thing. And then, it's nice to see the nieces and the family whenever, but I'm just trying to do me, man. I'm just trying to kind of chill and do me. That's cool. Yeah, once that nice weather hits, I'm going to be out there running and gunning, getting my runs in, enjoying life. Hopefully doing stuff. Seeing what Ohio's got to offer. Again, go hang out with the homie. See what's up. Or down there. I don't really know laterally which way that's comparatively to where I am.
Down.
Is it? South?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I thought. I didn't want to be wrong.
Yeah,
Being wise thing.
I'm about an hour south of Toledo.
Okay. Not like. I think I remember which city you stay in. It starts with an F, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I remember. I need to do a GPS. I can figure out how long it's going to be on a scooter or on a moped. Because no matter what, that's going to be a long ride. I remember when I was staying in Arkansas, I rode such a stupid story. When I was in Arkansas, I rode an hour and 45 minutes to Missouri on my moped because I couldn't take the moped on the highway. It didn't go fast enough. It tops out at 61. The highway minimum speed limit was 60. And with me on it, I had never reached 61. The fast was like 55. So I had to take all city streets to get to Missouri so I could go to this medical marijuana or to this recreational marijuana dispensary because I just needed some. So I rode all the way there. Mind you, it was decent weather, so that was a good thing. But ultimately, it sucked. And like an hour and 45 on a treadmill or on a moped, and then back an hour 45 is a little tough. It's a little tough. But it was such a quick turnaround, and that was the problem. Was the turnaround was instant. It was literally get there, get my stuff, use the bathroom real quick, pound a Monster or not a Red Bull, and then turn around and go right back. And I was like, it's horrible. But luckily, the weather was nice.
Yeah. Well, like lucky. I said, once the weather gets nice and whatnot, like it'll probably be easier for me to head to you. One, because I have
good grenade.
I have the car, and then also my brother stays in the same vicinity, so I can make it a double visit while I'm.
Oh yeah, I do remember you saying
up that way.
You suck, buddy. I love you. I'm gonna go back to. I appreciate it. I love you as well. Thank you for stopping by. We'll have to catch up one of these days. Once it's warmer, obviously. Gotta get that scroll in. I know that scroll all too well. Well, TikTok scroll is serious, though.
I have a daily scroll number to meet.
Daily. Luckily, not anymore. I don't be on. Once I know I'm gonna go live, I try not to be on here. I'm literally always getting age-restricted themes. What? Age-restricted themes? What are you talking about? I'm playing Halo.
I usually scroll for like an hour to an hour and a half before I get on. That just in case I see anything that I want to bring up topic point wise, because I don't have ChatGPT.
I don't know what's taking you so long to get it, man. You should get the mobile app. I have the mobile app. I've got obviously the app on my PC as well.
I'm scared of AI. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm scared of it.
Totally fair. I've just been using it. I use it for my absolute benefit. Like all of my titles, not all, but a lot of my titles and then my descriptions that I put on my YouTube videos, I get from my ChatGPT. I have one that's essentially I gave it enough information to know like what I do on my channel, what I support, what I don't support. And every single time I need a new title generated, I go in there and I just copy and paste and I say, tonight is this day at this time, you're streaming this game for X hours. I want the description to say this, be witty and concise. Give me 10 titles that can fit, and then give me 3 rough draft descriptions that I could potentially use for YouTube. And it'll give me 5 separate titles that I can shop around and make my own. And then the descriptions I mess around with, mix and match certain things. And then, yeah, then I'm good. It's extremely helpful. It makes the creative process very easy. I don't have to think of something witty every single time. It does it for me.
Yeah.
Like my titles, it does it for me.
I might do that. What I'll probably do for my own paranoia sake is I will download it for the moments that I need to use it, and I will take it off my phone.
You got to do what makes you feel the most secure and the most safe. I feel like people are afraid, personally, I feel like people are afraid of AI because of what we've seen in movies. But so far the AI that we've been given is like, it's not nearly as bad as the AI that we've been given in movies, because we haven't been given AI yet. We've been given language models, like these things that know how to speak in the way that people speak and construct sentences that are legible and that make sense and can string together these different thoughts based on the amount of information you give it. But to me, that's not an AI. It's just something that has a collection of thoughts that can compile a collection of thoughts within your constraints that you give it, and then it will spit out whatever answers or however many answers. You can just keep asking it for hundreds and thousands of different answers, and it'll just spitting them out over and over and over and over and over. We're not getting an AI, or we haven't gotten an AI system that has its own intuitive thought, its own ability to create its ideas, its own thought processes. It's not asking its own questions. It's not taking the information we give it and creating something else completely different from it. It's only creating what we ask it to create from it, because it's still a tool currently. It's not an AI as an entity. It's still AI as a tool, in my opinion. 15 and 12, let's go. But that's just my take on it, and because I'm also very weary of technology, but because I still don't even know a whole bunch of computer stuff and this, that, and the third. But from everything that I've seen of AI, when it first came out, right when it first came out, and that's all they were talking about on TikTok, I took all the information, because I was studying it at this point. I took all that information from the first 2 to 3 months about ChatGPT that I could, and then I finally bit the bullet and I got it on my PC, and I just played around with it just a little bit. And I realized the utility in it. And this actually happened while I was living with my dad. So it would have been around this time, actually a couple of months before this, October of 2022. And I was sitting there and I realized, I was like, you could legitimately have this thing create books and novels and things like that for you. Because my dad had come to me with this script idea for an animated film in a Pixar style. And I wanted to help him with it genuinely, and I was going to help him by using AI. But I told him, I was like, I need you to do the legwork, and I need you to create the characters. I need you to write in-depth backgrounds and in-depth stories and this, that, and the third. And all I was going to do was take it and put it into this AI software and have it go step by step. I was going to be like, all right, the first 5 minutes of this movie, I need you to lay out what all of these characters are in this scene are going to do, develop a scene so I can put these characters in, this, that, and the third, everything. And I just didn't want to do that work for him. I was like, this is your intellectual property. You do that intellectual work. I don't want to create all of this stuff solely based off of your one idea. Give me all of your ideas, and I'll comprise it and do my job. Anyway, that's when I realized the real utility in AI. And it blew me away, because I truly saw it as a tool, because that's all the videos I was getting. I wasn't getting any videos of AI like taking over the world, like sending inappropriate emails, this, that, and the third. I was
Yeah.
solely getting stuff about AI helping people cut down on the amount of work that they were doing, decreasing the amount it took to do certain processes, cutting out meaningless, pointless emailing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I saw so much utility in it, and I still do. So
I saw some
I tell
people
people
were
to give it a shot.
I saw some people were using ChatGPT for their coding jobs,
Yep.
which I found
Yep.
wild.
Because what you can do is like it can do advanced levels. It's still a really dumb system, which is the crazy thing. But like you can ask it these like elaborate coding questions, and it's not giving you these definite finite answers. It's giving you, for like coding speak, it's giving you like a broad, rough draft
Mm-hmm.
of what you want. Like the more like definite or the more accurate you are in your description and the more information you get, the more accurate it will be. So it gives you a good place to start. So that's what they would do. They would just type up really in depth like descriptions of what the code they needed for was. Oh, I want a code for Python that does this, 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 and this, and this.
Mm-hmm.
Integrated. It needs to be able to integrate with this platform, integrated speech with this language, this language. That, like, and you could do that, and it would be like, okay, generating, and then it'll produce all of that code, and you then have to take that code, copy it, apply it to whatever you were doing. You figure out the little bugs or major bugs that are in it,
Mm-hmm.
or go back and be like, it had these bugs, fix all of these bugs in the code. So then you don't have to do it. You can just find the bugs, have the chat GPT fix the bugs in the code that it wrote, and then you can troubleshoot it that way and be like, okay, cool, it fixed all the bugs. What are the new bugs? What else is now? Um, yeah, it's a very, very useful tool if you know how to use it and if you're using it
Yeah.
properly.
Yeah.
I feel I'm using it to streamline all of my processes. Like, it's crazy. Let me pull mine up. I'm not really.
Yeah. There's this one. This was like a year ago, probably about a year now. But this guy, like, he was a coder and he used ChatGPT to help him figure out like the errors in his code. Like he would just type in like I don't know what exactly, but basically like, hey, like what am I missing to help this become like active or whatever? And then he just copy and pasted his code and then ChatGPT like found where the error was and was like, right here you're missing like a slash or whatever.
I mean, I think it's a smart way of using it.
Yeah.
Like, like I told you, I went to the very first input I had for and I have it titled "Create Twitch Titles." That's the name of, um, like the input thing for it. And my very first entry for it was, I'm about to describe a person for you, and after that description, I want you to assume identity of that character. Finally, after you have assumed that character as your identity, I will ask you to complete assignments, tasks, while remaining in character, and then are you ready for the character description? And then it said, certainly I'm ready. I'll go ahead and describe the person that I'm going to of for these tasks. And then I described the person, this, that, and the third. I gave it the Muten Roby name, blah, 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 blah. So it's not me, it's specifically this character, and only the information I give it does it have. It doesn't have any more than I want it to know. I gave it enough of my personality to fill in the blanks, essentially, or not to fill in the blanks, but to make up its own mind with citing Twitch titles and stuff like that. Like, what'll be funny, what won't be funny, works with my personality that I've described to this thing, doesn't, so on and so forth.
Hmm.
I had it designed like sign on, sign off, like 40 or 50 of them. I have catchphrases that I had it designed and everything. I never used any of them. Just to like shop around ideas. I never know what'll stick. It might
Yeah.
give you some insight to yourself. Like if you give it enough, and that's what I've been worried about is I don't want to give it too much information about me because then it'll be like too accurate of a representation of me.
Yeah.
And that I'm worried. So I keep it very
It's like,
distinct
am
and
I me
different.
or am I chat GPT me?
Exactly. So I do get that sentiment, and I keep it very like. There's a very distinct line. It's not even blurry at all. It's very distinct. Like this character you are. I have one job, and that is to create YouTube or descriptions in YouTube and Twitch just titles for my games every day. That's your only job. That's it. And it's perfect. It's so fast, man. Oh my gosh.
I actually, with you talking about that just now, I remember the question I wanted to ask you from earlier, the personal question. Um, where did you get the name Muten Roby? Because I know I just made a video today cutting out me explaining to you how I came up with my name.
I
And
commented on it. I saw. I love that video.
oh, I didn't get a notification. But um I don't think I've ever asked you where, because I'm pretty sure like Roby is your last name, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Where did Muten come from then?
So, I've always liked words, and I learned this from my dad. I like the way words sound. I like what words mean. I like all the things about words, but that also correlates with numbers. Anyway, um, I like the way that words sound so much, and my ties to Dragon Ball are so huge that I wanted a Dragon Ball Z related name that
Hmm.
felt like a Dragon Ball Z. So what a lot of people don't realize in the American or in the Japanese dub, Master Roshi is Muten Roshi Sama.
Oh my gosh. Every
So that's
time I type Muten first, I get a
you
bunch
get
of
Muten
Roshi
Roshi.
videos.
Yes, exactly.
I was
And when I
like,
realized
okay,
Muten
sorry.
Roby sounds like Muten Roshi, I was like, that's the name right there. I wanted it to be like Goku something, like something cool, but it was just so simple. I was like, and then at first I was like, no, it's kind of domineering because Muten means master. But I was like, no, it's fine because I think I have a wealth of knowledge on Dragon Ball, so I'll just tie it to that. It would be Muten Roby like Muten Roshi, because I'm a master of Dragon Ball Z, if you will. It's
Oh
my
my
favorite series.
goodness.
It's that and the third. So, yeah, that's where it came. Nothing like crazy, complex. I wanted it to sound cool. I wanted it to be catchy, but I wanted it to be meaningful to myself.
That's
And
awesome.
what better than my favorite Dragon Ball Z series, or my favorite series of all time, than adapting my online persona name off of that. I was very happy when I realized, or when it like the name clicked. I was like, that's the one. That's
So many
it.
times I've YouTube searched your name and I get the Muten in there and I'm just like, why does this effing Roshi just keep popping up? I'm like, I don't get it. And I'm like, maybe it's just like lost in translation or whatever. And no, you just confirmed like, oh no. There's a reason behind it.
Even when I try and do hashtags on YouTube, still like because the Muten Roby hashtag isn't big enough yet. It's not like a thing.
Hmm.
Um, it always only populates Muten Roshi. It doesn't populate anything else. It only populates Muten Roshi. Dang it, no, I'm not big enough yet. Um, but one of these days, Muten Roby is going to be right there next to Muten Roshi. That's the plan. Because you got to think, right now, there's nothing else that's like you type in Muten, that's what you're getting on at least on YouTube. You're not really getting anything else.
Yeah.
Um, so it's like a pretty good niche name as well. Like it fits in. Like there's not a ton of those. Like as you see on TikTok, there's a lot of Spider-Mans. There's not a lot of Muten Robys running around.
Mm-mm.
I thought of when I was thinking of I was about to take a puff break and then I wanted to say this. So when obviously I had told you guys I was like thinking about like characters and like designs and stuff and ideas and whatnot for like the whole VG3. I thought of names for all of you guys, and then I thought a name for you, like a cool like fantasy mythical type of name,
Hmm.
which would still be your 180 name. But I thought if you were like a human race character, actually it would work with any race realistically. You could be the like, so the name. We'll go with the name first. Then I can explain it. Well, you'll get that. You'll get the explanation. Anyway, but you could be the one of 80. So say there's
Oh,
like 80 like special members in the clan. You could be the one of 80, like the leader of all of those members, like the truly overarching one.
I
Or you could even
like.
make it even better, the wise one of 80. And then you could even break it down even further, like the people who fear you just simply call you the one.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that it's a name that gets more and more complex. Either the more you know the person, or the less you know the person. The less you know him, it's a very domineering and scary name. It's just the one. But if you live in the society, you call him the wise one of 80. And then if you like a little bit closer, I guess you just call him the one of 80. And just one of those things. I was thinking about.
I like the one of 80. I like that. That will be every beginning title of the BG3 streams. One of 80 adventures with one of 80
The
in
Adventures
tow.
of the one of 80 and friends and other travelers. I already got my name. I told you it's gonna be Anvar X. Or is it Invar or Anvar? Because it's Revan's name.
um I think
Let me Google it. Because Revan is Revan.
mhm.
Let me see. Revan as Invar?
Anver?
Was it
Onver?
Anver?
Yeah.
Anver? So it was Ian?
AN, cuz it's
Oh, oh,
R
Anver?
yeah, cuz it's Revan. So Revan. Yeah, I think it was Anver.
Was
Anver, yeah.
Anver? Okay, Anver. That's what it's gonna be. Yeah, that's the name. That's the name. Can't wait. Find anything completely definite. Outbreak. Playing like halfway hood music.
I've been on this park the entire stream.
Hey man, Gusting Park. Those parents are irresponsible. City officials are irresponsible.
I just gotta make sure it's sanitized after quarantine lifted.
True. This is exactly what it was like too. All right, back to some Halo. I think I'm gonna. Multiplayer was fun, and I was surprisingly actually doing really well, which is weird. Again, this is one of those games I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, but I can just autopilot, have conversations, and fully be immersed in those conversations while still actively playing this and not even realize that.
Have you
Because I
considered
just.
doing the campaign on
For
stream?
Halo, I would
Yeah.
love to. I've already done it once. I actually haven't beaten the very last mission. That's where I'm at in the campaign. And then because right when I got to the last mission and failed a bunch of times, that's when they dropped the multiplayer. So I
Mm-hmm.
jumped on the multiplayer when it came out, and I never went back and beat it. But I definitely would love to play um, the campaign. My thing that I wanted to do though is I wanted to play co-op campaign. I've played
Ooh.
all the Halos up to Halo Reach co-op. I told you about Chris,
Yeah.
um, and me and Chris played he played Halo 3, Halo 4, Halo 3 and Halo 4 with me, and Halo Reach. He helped me beat all three of those co-op legendary. So because that's one of the things that I wanted to say. I want to be like, yeah, I beat every single Halo on co-op and on legendary. And yeah, because of him, it was possible. I didn't think I was going to beat Halo Reach. So I beat it on my own, but on legendary or co-op, I was trying to do it like with other people, and it was impossible because everyone sucked. And I played with Chris, and I think I told you, Chris was so good at Halo. He used to, anytime he would get the shotgun, he had his phone right next to him, ready to play the song "Pump Up the Jams." So right when he would get the shotgun, he would play "Pump Up the Jams, pump it up while the beat is pumping." And all you would see is on, like, if he were streaming at that time, which he wasn't streaming, but I would be in his room with him just chilling watching, and it would just be a shotgun spree, left and right. He wouldn't run out of bullets because they would all get put into an enemy, every single one of them. And that music would be playing, and they would hear it on chat too, like on the or on the Xbox chat.
Yeah.
They would all hear it. He was a menace. He was so good. Golly.
Well, I guess I'll invest into an Xbox. I guess
No,
since
we just
you're
need to get
twisting
you a
my
PC. We just need to get you a PC. I need to come into some money so I can just build you a sweet on the low. It'll be real cheap though, but I could get you a super sleeper build PC, $800, which in this economy, $800 for a really good
not
PC,
bad at all.
Not bad at all. But I could definitely build one for you for that price, no problem. But I want to make sure I get this job. I got to get finances up. I realized, I think I mentioned this to you. Like I haven't gotten called back for this job yet.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think I mentioned this to someone. I at least mentioned it on. Anyway, I think the way in which I applied for the job was a little bit disrespectful. So I'm actually going to go about it in a different. I'm actually going to submit a full application and with a resume and everything like that. Because initially, what I did, in which I did get an email within a day, but I think I don't know. Even when I did it, I felt like I was being a little disrespectful, and I didn't mean that. But I felt like it could be viewed that way. Like I put my lifeguard certification and my bloodborne pathogens and like all of that stuff, like AED certification that I got from when I became lifeguard certified a year and a half, 2 years ago. That's all I put in the resume block that they have. That's it. I didn't put anything else. I didn't put a resume. I didn't put a cover letter like it said. Like there was a resume spot and a cover letter spot. And I put my lifeguard cert, and in the other spot I put the AED cert. So tomorrow I'm going to generate a specific resume for that job, and I'm going to apply for every single one of the lifeguard positions at this place. 5. I'm applying for every single one of them. Probably with different resumes for every single position as well. Because I don't want to do anything else for work. I want to be a lifeguard. I want to make sure kids don't die in a pool. And it's not far from my house. Like, it's just, honestly, the perfect job for me. I even bought some cold weather gear, some, like, winter weather gear, expecting that I'd be working this job, like, come the beginning of February. And I realized that I have to put in the work to try and get a job. There's sometimes you do just have it might just be the first impression. Maybe I gotta go about it in a different way. Because again, they emailed me initially, like within 15 hours they emailed me and they were like, "Hey, we would love to call you and get you scheduled for an interview." So I know they're interested.
Yeah.
My thing is I do feel like I did something, and maybe not wrong, just maybe not right.
Yeah.
I don't want to give up that
nowadays people
feeling.
are real picky about making sure resumes are on their stuff.
Yep. I want them to feel like they're getting, somebody of value.
Mm-hmm.
that wants to be there. So, I did email them again. I emailed them, and I feel like that was better, but still also not the most professional thing. So I'm going to just submit an official resume, and hopefully by the end of next week. But I'm also going to just apply for a whole bunch of other part
Yeah.
positions.
You'll be surprised
See what I
about
get.
how many managers and stuff appreciate people like following up on their applications.
Oh,
So they
I'm
probably
old school,
haven't
man.
gotten. Yeah, they probably haven't.
You know me.
I would assume they haven't gotten back to you yet, just because of the chaos of the holiday like
And
comeback.
I totally thought that. I'm just an overthinker.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, it's been 2 weeks because I remember they emailed me back on the 22nd of December. It's now the 2nd of January.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what, 13 days, 14 days? That's quite a few days. For me, that's 2 weeks. So um, I feel like if I were interested in someone working for me, that they were already certified and they just needed a quick recertification so they fit the job. All we have to do is just train this individual. Are you kidding me? Like, this is a perfect individual for this job. I would
Mm-hmm.
think that I would do everything I could to get that person hired. But, what do I know? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not the type of individual. I don't know. But I'm gonna at least do my due diligence one more time. Third time's a charm.
Yeah.
Made an official resume, cover letter, everything, and guess who's gonna do it all for me? ChatGPT, boy. It's gonna do it all. I'm gonna tell it all of my work history, and I'm gonna be like, give me a simple, basic resume. I'm gonna have them do them individually. Be like, give me a simple, basic resume for this character I described with this personality, with this experience in these fields, in these previous jobs, but also with this experience with swimming pertaining to this job specifically. And then I'm gonna see what it gives me, combine a little bit of stuff, and go from there. Got to use technology to your benefit.
Yes, sir. Even though I'm hesitant for it, but I mean, eventually it's going to become a part of daily life, whether I
Mm-hmm.
move with it or not. So I might as well just get over it.
You mentioned, and it actually kind of like jogged my memory because I forgot this happened as well, and I'm in college. But you had mentioned, I think yesterday or the day before, that AI was such a big deal that like within 3 months of it coming out, colleges were already saying that like certain curriculums had to be changed and like things need to be done differently
Yeah.
because AI was changing the way students learn, and like you were completely right, like 100% correct in that because my college came out and they had statements that they said like, oh yeah, we're going to start cracking down on students using AI. We don't know how, but we're going to start cracking down on it. However, there's certain classes where it's encouraged that you use AI, so be on the lookout for more guidance on that. It's such a gray area right now because
Yeah.
of how helpful it is, but also how how it's taking away jobs.
Yep.
It's because they want us to be able to use it because the products we're giving them is better. Like, and it does show that we're using our own thought, our own ideas with the assistance of this AI. It definitely shows that, and they see that, and they see better ideas, and they see more engagement. Um, but they don't like the fact that we're not doing all of the work on our own. That's what they don't like. They don't like the fact that you know the AI is comprising the beginning, middle, and end of these four page long assignments. They don't like that we're
Yeah.
not typing these out by hand anymore. Somebody else is typing it for us. We're just giving them the material for it. We're giving them the idea, giving them the meat and potatoes, and having them do the writing. And that's the part that they don't like, which is frustrating to me. Because as someone who I'm not technology savvy, I see the benefits of AI. I've even adapted it into my life, and I don't do any of this like technology stuff. I don't care for it. Like I got rid of social media so I wouldn't have to deal with as much technology.
Yeah.
and stuff like that. AI has legitimately just made life easier, school wise, social media wise. Like I want to do this for a career, and it helped in that aspect immensely. I don't know. I have nothing bad to say about it. If you use it right, it will reward you immensely, I think. Well, I know because it's helped me, and I think not all, but I think some of the attraction and attention that's come from towards the channel has to do with a lot of the ideas and structure that AI has helped bring, but obviously also the human component of you um, being a huge consistency factor for me. But the AI has been, since I've been actually talking to you and getting to know you, the AI has become more integral in my streaming process. When I need ideas generated, I describe the Muten Roby character, the guy who likes anime, who likes to talk about Dragon Ball specifically, who's seen it 100 times, and I tell it all these anime that I've seen and this, that, and the third, and I have it give me ideas. What would this person, Muten Roby, what would he like to talk about? Give me 50 things that he might want to talk. Well, I don't ever go 50. The most I do is 20. Be like, give me 20 different topics that he might talk related to anime.
Hmm.
And be like, I don't want to talk about it. Give me 20 different things that he would talk about. This game that he's playing tonight. Has he ever played this game before? Because sometimes that's what I'll do too. I'll be like, are there additional questions that would help in you giving me a better response? And sometimes it will say stuff like that. Have you ever played? Has Muten Roby, this character I'm playing, or it'll usually say, has this character ever played this game before? And
Yeah.
then I can say no or yes. Um,
Hmm.
and like the more specific I am, I don't ever just say no or yes. I'll be like, this person has played this game X amount of times. This is their blah 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 term playing it. They know all the ins and outs. Da 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 da. Or I could be like, this is his first time playing the game. He's heard lore about the game. This is what he knows thus far. This is what he's experienced of the game thus far, spoiler wise. His first impressions. From just installing the game, this, that, and the third. I give it all the basics. Well, not basic. That's pretty in depth, but all the knowledge about that game. If I want to talk about that game and have
Yeah.
ideas of what to talk about, it'll give me stuff like lore bits that I had no idea about. Like, oh yeah, this is something that happens in the beginning of the game when blah 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 blah. I feel like Muten Roby would like to talk about blah 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 because this ties into X and Y anime that he mentioned 7 times before. He really, really loved. He liked this component. This shares some. AI allows you to do if you're specific enough, I think.
Yeah.
And I think I am. I have a very analytical brain, and I use it as someone else to talk to, in like a organization speak, not as like a friend, obviously.
Hmm. You might be selling me on this.
I could totally help you and give you some. Like I have, they're not real scripts like you would normally have with, but they're character scripts. So things that I like, I feel like anyone could copy and paste their character into one of these things if you take the time to do it, and then you could just use that character over and over and over and over, and you can
Mm-hmm.
expand the character more and more and more. Sometimes what I like to do is I like to only, well, most of the time, I don't like to feed ChatGPT more than a page worth of information. So if I can fit it all on one Word document, one Word page document, I don't like to feed it more than that at once. So I like to use a command like um, while I'm telling it the character, I'll be like, okay, I don't want you to reply to any of these post threads until I say that I'm done inputting character information. And then I'll reiterate that I'm going to say those words specifically. And I'll put them in quotations. I'll be like, when the words said, I am done inputting character information, quotations comes across screen, and that's the only thing you see, then that is when you go into character and you assume your role, da, 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 da. And that essentially allows me to send as many, like, one page, and as in depth as I want on that character as I want. It takes a little bit of time sometimes, but it's only like a minute tops for like I would say for like 6 to 8 pages worth of character information. That's probably the longest. which to me isn't that long. 5 minutes, no. And it's also, it can process it and then insert that word or the phrase, whatever. Sometimes just a word as simple as I'm done. And then, yeah, I'll have it start doing a task. And I usually make sure I define the role or the task specifically. I don't like to have it do a whole lot of stuff. I like to have it have a lot of information so it can do one thing really, really well. Not a lot of information, bunch of stuff, kind of good. That's not what I want. I want it specifically to generate descriptions for YouTube that I might say based off of this character. I want it to include this, not include this through trial and error. Like, you can add certain things to it. Very specific. And then if I need a different like AI script, I just will write another one. Typically with all the same information, just with a different role. Like, I keep the same character, but I just give the next AI script a completely different role than the other one. I'll be like, this AI script character, your job is going to be, I don't know, it could be anything. It could be setting up a schedule for when you stream. I could put in like my work hours and be like, these times have been the best for me. This is when 180 streams. This time to this time has worked. I sometimes get sleepy from this time to this time though, so not this time. And it'll be like, okay, how about trying a hybrid schedule? Because I've done this a couple times.
Yeah.
And it'll be like, try a hybrid schedule where you sleep for 2 hours during the day, and then boom, you can finish your stream at night and then still sleep, 4 hours like you intend, wake up for work, and then boom, you're still good, got all your sleep. That fits the type of person that you are, blah, 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 blah. So it helps in any facet you apply it to.
I guess I work on a hybrid schedule because what I do is, like, I get off at 2 o'clock, come home, I chill for a little bit, and then usually around like between 4 to 5, I'll take a nap, and then wake up around 6, and then spend time with the family until about like 7:30, and then I'll come upstairs.
Yeah, I'd say that's hybrid.
Yeah, I think I'll download ChatGPT tonight, and then I'll play around with it a little bit in the morning, just to kind of get my bearings with it, work through any weird thoughts I might have on it.
Do you wanna know the first thing I searched up so it wasn't on the phone when I could first look it up, it was on PC. But do you want to know the first thing I searched on my very first ChatGPT search, what I asked it to do?
What's that?
I asked it to write me a story, a Pixar-themed story that was 5 pages long in length, based around a frog named Henry, I think it was, and a butterfly. I don't even remember what the butterfly's name was, but I was like, a frog named Henry and a butterfly. I think it was a fly, not a butterfly. Frogs eat flies. It was a fly named whatever, about how they fall in love, but how their families are totally against it, blah, 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 blah. But I want it themed as a Pixar story. And I was like, I want dialogue and this, that, and the third. It was like it was like a half a page worth of an entry. And it spit out, I think it spit out like 12 pages worth of stuff. And then it stopped spitting out stuff. And it like froze the whole ChatGPT. And then I reset it and it did. No! I had gold! I was gonna be rich!
Freedom!
I was gonna be rich! That was my very first thing. Oh, ChatGPT, back in the day. Now I use it for something completely different. Actually, I use it for quite a few things. I can't lie. I don't use it on my phone much. I do have it on my phone, but on my phone, the main thing I'll use it for is if I know I'm going to the grocery store and say I'm like, I want to try and make blah, blah, blah. I'll ask ChatGPT real quick before I leave the house, hey, what's a quick recipe and the ingredients to make such and such. And if it's simple enough, I'm like, all right, cool. And then I save it to my phone as a screenshot, and I buy those ingredients, and I try and make it that day, which I have done quite a bit. I'm probably going to do that later. And sometimes I look up, well, oftentimes I look up Bible verses because, again, ChatGPT has access to all human literature ever written in the history of all of it.
Which is insane.
Exactly. So I have it's a completely its own tab of like spiritual reflections, if you will. Like I had a dream about a red sun, or no, a red X, and then a moon. So I asked it if there were any biblical references to one, moons, and two, any red X's or red crosses or the color red. So like a whole bunch of different variations, more than just those four. So I ask it all types of biblical questions. I'm like, when I have questions about certain words, I ask specifically, this is the English word. Back in that time, what would the word have been that they would have spoken in this era, given all the information that you have on the Bible, and spit out, it would have this word and that word translate specifically to this, not to this word, or to this, and that is this word. So I use it for stuff like that. It helps with the direct translation of words. It's like to me, since I am very analytical, it's a real interpretation of what I thought Google was going to be, like, or an Ask Jeeves was going to be. When you ask it anything, it gives you the exact answer to the words that you put in. So it forces you to be specific on what you are asking. If you're not specific, you're not going to get the specific answer The more specific you are, the more specific the answer you get. Which is why I like ChatGPT, because it's all based on words. It doesn't give you words that don't make sense. And if it does, it's because you gave it a question or a command or a prompt that made no sense. It very rarely will give you words that make zero.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I have nothing but good things to say.
No, you're good. You're good. It's just a lot to process with everything that it can do. Not to say like you're like giving me too much information. I'm just trying to like fully process like the capabilities.
What it can do.
Yeah.
I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it. Like, what you thought about it prior to hearing this information, what you think about it now, what you think it may do, like questions you have about it. I'm curious, like, about that type of stuff.
I think I'll fully be able to confidently answer it after I try it tomorrow. But I'm definitely more open-minded about it to know like I can keep it with the narrative that I speak to it. I can keep it very structured to a specific job, more or less. I think that makes me feel comfortable. Like, basically, whatever knowledge and power I give it is like whatever I give it, if that makes sense.
Exactly. No, it makes total sense. That's exactly how I would describe it, because that's how I feel it is. I don't feel like it has any more power than the power that you give it. Like zero. It doesn't it doesn't just gain like anything because of you. Like if you don't give it an idea, it won't develop an idea. Like it won't just bring up something. Now it definitely will elaborate and develop an idea that you give it and it might make the idea something you weren't expecting. But again, that's probably because you weren't specific enough in the idea to keep it on just your idea. Sometimes when it expounds on stuff, it gives you crazy stuff sometimes. But yeah, I always just say be as impersonally, I don't know if that's a word, as non-personal and specific as possible. So you want to be non-personal but specific in the information, and I think you'll be perfectly fine. Oh, we finished the playground. Let's
Finally.
go. Let's go.
It took me 4 hours, 17 minutes.
Goodness. Was this the biggest? That was the biggest one?
Yeah, it paid $600.
Damn, we rolling in it. We definitely eating at Chipotle this week. Sir, yes, sir.
I don't know how many times I like finished something and I was like, I'm gonna switch to a different game. But I was like, no, because then this is really gonna bother me and I'm never gonna get back to it. Gotta finish the job. I've noticed any game that I've ever done like a half job to, I just have there's no incline for me to go back to it.
Yeah, because you're already halfway through. I'm usually stuck with that same sentiment. Or I'm like, you know what? I'll just restart the whole game. That's the only way I can get back into it, is I have to
Hmm.
restart the whole thing.
That's me with Witcher 3. I've restarted it 3 times.
Love that
Never
game.
beat it.
I can't wait until you finally start playing Ghost of Tsushima.
Yes.
That was in the Mafia clip, actually. I was like, oh, I can't wait to do that. I was actually editing that before. Bro, while you messaged me, you were like, "Are you ready?" I had just finished editing the part where I was apologizing to you. I was like, "Oh man, I promise." Or I'm sorry if that sounds weird. That I want to like analyze you as a person by watching you play a video game, and then just assuming based off of those interactions the type of person you are in certain situations, because that's almost always been true with everyone else in every part of my life. When I um, you were like, "Oh no, you're fine." And I was like, "All right, sweet, this is gonna be fun." And I think um, I was like, Mass Effect. I thought would have been a cool game to see you do that, but your choices in Mass Effect, like how you approach the scenarios, are so narrow. It's 1, 2, or 3. Whereas
Yeah.
Ghost of Tsushima, um, it's more broad how you can approach a situation. You can go straight up and honorably, like straight through the front gate. You can you can hide and do the stealth approach because that's probably the smartest, but it's not the most honorable in the game wise.
Hmm.
Yeah, like I went in the whole thing. It was crazy. I got emotional rewatching that clip. It was a good night.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably. So when I come back, I will probably. I'll probably be on only a. So I definitely will be doing Baldur's Gate 3 on Saturdays with you guys. Um.
I oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, mention to you. I meant to mention it earlier. Actually, I don't want you to feel like you're rushed to do it. I was actually feeling like, in the email, even though I want us to all like have a meetup as soon as possible, like voice chat. I guess at the least would
Hmm.
be the coolest thing. Like we all hear each other, kind of shoot the shiz, see if the chemistry's good and whatnot. Um, but I also wanted to put in the email that you know I'm at least okay with pushing it back because I know how difficult, not only do you have a newborn, you also have, other kids.
Hmm.
So it's going to be an adapting period for not just you, but for them as well,
Yeah.
and you.
Yeah.
So even if it takes a month or even longer, I'm fine with the wait because, I don't want you to feel like you're rushed to do this and to feel obligated
Hmm.
for a situation where things could change, like because it's still so early. 1 month, 2 months in, a newborn child, like their schedule might change. Maybe
Yeah.
they're up normally during the times that we would be streaming,
Hmm.
um, and you just can't get away from that obligation type of deal. Like
Yeah.
there's so many different things that it could be. So I just want you to be comfortable and to develop as many habits as you can that you're comfortable with, so we can then make sure you're good primarily, but then we can get back to the consistency stuff that we also want.
I appreciate
But
that.
primarily, yeah, I want you guys, you primarily to be comfortable. I
Hmm.
just know it can be a lot, man. I don't
Yeah.
want you to feel overwhelmed.
Yeah. I know. So I'll of course, like, got to play it by ear and everything like that. But my plan is to, by like mid January, start um, getting back into, if not mid, then like late January, get back into um, streaming regularly. I will probably still do it very here and there. Like one week, I'll probably do it like one day, but then like the next week, I probably won't do it at all. But by the end of January, my goal is to be back on at least regular Saturdays to do Boulder Skate, and then whenever I feel comfortable doing a second day, I think that I will do Ghosts, because I think I'm gonna put Mass Effect on hold until like everything is kind of more settled, because Mass Effect takes a lot of my attention and you got to be really in depth with the dialogue and everything,
Yep.
and really got to pay attention to what is being said to you and how you're responding, and it won't be it won't it won't be so fluid with me trying to pay attention to the dialogue while also keeping an ear out for him, and then like and then also trying to keep commentary going, and so that will probably be off. Mass Effect will probably be put off until late February. But um, once we do uh, Baldur's Gate, we have like three different bassinets here. Two of them are up here upstairs with me. So
Mm-hmm.
what I'll probably do is, again, once everything's more settled and whatnot, um, I'll put one of the bassinets next to me here, so that when he's asleep, I can put him next to me or whatever. And then if he gets up and whatever, then um, uh, deal with that and everything like that. But yeah, goal is mid to late January. Be back on at least um, regular Saturdays.
You know,
And
what's
then,
funny is I figured that's what you would say. Um, so I'm glad to hear you say that by mouth, because I was gonna put that in the email that
mm,
to expect you like more to be more regular about around the end of January, start of February. I feel
yeah,
like just the type of person you are. I feel like you develop the habits and everything. I mean, you already have kids, so
yeah,
you get once you develop those habits, and kids are pretty simple,
yeah,
but you got to work. Each kid's different,
yeah.
sadly for.
Plus, like, I'm really good at I'm good at being able to be like fluid with my routine. So, um, sleep schedule and whatnot. Like, I have insomnia, so I don't get much sleep regardless. So, um, I usually operate off of like 4 to 5 hours of sleep with a little nap somewhere in the day. So, I'll be cool with just taking a nap with him after I get off of work, and then whether he wakes me up or I wake up first, then take care of him, and then by the time um, by the time 10 o'clock rolls around, like, I can be able to uh, come up here, because she's having a C-section, so she's gonna not even be able to take stairs for a while. So she's probably gonna be more comfortable with him staying downstairs with her, because that's where the bottles are, and he's gonna be breastfeeding. So yeah, but
Sense.
what's that?
It makes sense.
Yeah, so definitely get my time with him, and make sure not to kind of be like, oh, I gotta hop on stream, and I know you don't want me to like have that mindset either. So, and I appreciate that. So, but
It's good that you're open to. I know so many parents. Granted, again, you have kids, so you get it more.
hmm
But so many, like, I guess first time parents, oftentimes are like, no, I don't want my kid to be around loud noises and this, that, and the third.
hmm
And, when I had my son, I was the exact opposite. I was like, this kid is going to learn how to sleep with a TV on or with me talking while I'm playing a video game or watching anime, because those are the environments he's going to be in, is
Yep,
with me while I'm watching anime or with me while I'm drinking, playing online games with my buddies.
yep,
And sure enough, within like 3 weeks of my son being alive, he could sleep through everything, absolutely everything, because it was Dragon Ball Z at night that he was getting.
hmm
And then I would hold him like an idiot. I would legitimately hold him while I was gaming. Like, he would just be in my arms. Um, and then if I had to feed him, I could do that real easy. I'd put the bottle in his mouth and then put the end of the bottle on my chin and then just hold it. And just hold that position and move my fingers and play the game. Worked. Perfect. But yeah, because of that, he's able to, like, he just slept through everything
yeah.
instead of just waking up at the slightest sounds.
My cousin's daughters, um, like he mixes and masters music, so he's constantly listening to music through his monitors, and he has like studio quality monitors, and all of them sleep through loud sounds no problem because they've been around the music, and so a vacuum running doesn't bother them at all. Um,
Exactly.
yeah, music doesn't bother them. Um, like if they're watching a movie and like you know how some movies are where like 1 minute somebody's whispering so you turn it up and then the next minute a bomb explodes and then
Yep.
it like that doesn't bother them at all, so I'm just like, oh well, like I'm definitely gonna like change habits that need to be changed for an infant, but for the most part,
Yeah.
like I'm not gonna be overly cautious of like keeping him in quiet and whatever, because with 3 kids in the house, it's not gonna be
It's going to
quiet.
be impossible. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be impossible to do that. The
Yeah,
best thing you can do for him is get him adapted to it as best as possible.
yeah. So, but
Because a lot of times at first babies like that pure silence kind of thing,
mm,
um, but definitely not the best for them to be fully used to only.
yeah, because I do not want. I don't want him to. I don't want to have to tiptoe and slowly close the door because if it creaks, he'll be like, ah, like, like
Like, now you woke me up. When? When?
it's time to start again. Guess
Dare wake
what?
me up?
I'm
You're
hungry.
not sleeping either, sucker. Sucks to be you, buddy. Yeah, that's like, that's good.
I
How
saw a
many
bib.
times have I had friends who were like that? Like, oh,
Yeah.
it's the worst.
I saw a bib at the store that I wanted to get, and it said my rap name's Lil Hangry, and I was like, "That's dope. I
I
like that."
like that too. I need to find that shirt. I'm gonna go online and find it. Oh, who is that?
All right, let's clean a golf cart. Nice, simple job. I'm not doing clean a detached
Playground.
house. No, 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 no more
Playgrounds for
houses.
this fella.
Give me just vehicles at this point. Let me shine up some wheels. That was a huge commitment. I did not think. I knew it would take me longer than 2 hours from from the backyard that I did the other night, but I did not think it would be the majority of my stream that I'd be on there.
Uh oh. Got two of them hunters. Two of them hunters, huh? Yeah. Put your dukes up, buddy. Not no chump like these friends over here. These fellas are running. I don't run. Got them knuckles. What's up? Run them hands, son. Run them hands, big dog. Oh, grappling hook. Yeah, we got him. Got him. What's up? We revive the homeboy. Go out like that. We scored. Win. Whew. Oh, glad I streamed tonight.
I'm glad you did too.
I definitely wasn't going to if you wouldn't hit me up. I was like in the mindset of, yeah, I'm gonna do it. But like my body, everything was telling me once I'm done eating this food, I am going back to bed.
Yeah.
And then you texted me like right before, because I had just gotten out of the shower. You texted me right before I was about to walk out to go get food. All right, I guess I'll think about it. And I legitimately was about to text you, no, I didn't want to, because I was going to be like, nah, I'm cool. But in my head, I was like, you know what? If it's the last time I'm going to get to talk to him on stream, not to sound like bad or anything, but I was like, it might be the last time I ever get to talk to him. So I don't want to pass up that opportunity.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I always think about stuff like that now. I think about it in that way now. I'm like, I don't want to miss out on a chance to talk to someone that I care about because I just wasn't in the mood. Maybe they can, that person can help me be in a better mood. Or, nonetheless, we can just have a good conversation, and I'm just thankful for that nonetheless. And I am thankful, very much so. And you also helped me be in a better mood, so I'm thankful for both.
Honestly, my day was not going that well either, and so I was looking forward to talking to you because I knew it would brighten my mood. So I felt good to know that, like, I could tell from when I text you that, like, you were iffy, and I was like, look, we'll just make it a point to cheer each other up.
Yep. Once you said that, I was like, and I it's weird because I know that you kind of can like pick that up from my text messages because like I'm kind of the same way with people. I can tell when someone's like feeling a little different just from the text. Anyway, so I was like, let me see, would this be like the best way of wording it? And I was like, oh no. And then when I saw what you sent back, I was like, oh, that's exactly what I needed to hear. Perfect. And then I was for sure like, oh yeah, I'm definitely streaming.
Yeah.
So I can chill and talk.
Nah, I totally get it. I'll never like if you're having a bad day and it brings on a bad mood, don't ever like be worried that I'll take it the wrong way or internalize it like as if it's me. Like I always, I, I feel like I do a good job at like taking myself out of the situation and understanding like everybody's their own person and going through their own stuff. Like there's no reason for me to think that like, oh, like Roby's upset at me for hitting him up, like, and being like, hey, like, do you want to collab on a stream again? Like, oh, maybe he just didn't want to. So I was just like, nah, he's just upset. Like, he's upset about something, whether it's the day, whether it's just a mood, whether it's the weather. So I was like, might as well just let him know, like, I'm here. Because I even told you last night, I was like, if you're ever feeling down or whatever, like, I'm a text or call away. And so I didn't want to, like, back down on that uh, hand being reached out to you and be like, oh, he's not cheerful, Roby, so I'm just gonna give him some space. No, no. If you're not cheerful, Roby, cool. We can go ahead and have a silent stream collab if need be. But regardless, we can collab.
I truly, what's it? I truly, truly appreciate it. Like, honestly, it has helped immensely. Has given me high hopes for tomorrow. Will be a much better day. I'm a big proponent, of how I go out of the day and how I enter the day, matters for the next day.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I took you up on the offer. I'm glad you extended the offer. Um, it's legitimately what I needed. It's exactly what I needed at the exact moment too. I'm telling you, I was going right back. I was gonna go eat my Penn Station, and I was gonna go right back to sleep. Not even kidding. I was legitimately gonna sleep all day.
Well, I'm super glad we could do this, but I am gonna go ahead and check out because
Sure.
that playground took a lot of my energy. But I'm glad that we could talk. I'm glad that we had a nice little chat, both on personal levels, anime, chat GBT, all that. Both had some insight on a lot of things. And as always, it's always a blast talking to you.
Likewise, I also had a very, very, very good time. Much needed. Again, appreciate the extension and the invitation for the party chat to begin with, man.
Hey,
I
no problem.
do truly appreciate it.
Anything to help.
It helped, I promise. It got me to my 2:30. I just looked at the clock and I was like, hey, after this game, I'm getting off stream as well. Perfect, because it's 2:30. Yes.
Yerp.
Go.
All right.
Homies
Well,
helping homies.
I'm gonna check out the stream, but you already know I'm gonna be texting you and hitting you up even while I'm on my hiatus with the public viewing. Be sure
Yep.
to keep up with you and keep you updated and check in.
Definitely going to have many prayers and hopefully blessings going your way. Hopefully everything goes smooth
I
for
appreciate
everyone
that.
involved, man.
Truly appreciate that. All right, bro. Have a good rest of your night. God bless you, and I hope that the rest of the streams uh, for future notice go super well. And um, even if I can't um, go live and stream with you, if you are feeling down or whatever, and you need a pick me up, just hit me up before you go live, and maybe we can have a conversation. Hopefully, I can get you back into a mindset of getting that getting that motivation back. And
Definitely going to be an adjustment. I will say
yeah.
that. I have thought about that for sure. I've been like, man, what am I going to do before?
I'll still be in the chats, so regardless, my presence will still be there. It probably just won't be there every day
Yeah.
after the 4th.
Anytime you're there, I'll be happy nonetheless. So, and I don't ever want you to feel like you need to be there. So, handle your obligations. If you got some free time, I would appreciate a hello and to hear, how you're doing, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent. If you need to talk to, I'll be there. If not, it is what it is.
All right, bro. Have a good rest of your night.
You, man. God
All
bless
right.
you again. You be safe.
All right, you too. All right, guys. This will be my last stream for a while, but I appreciate all of you for coming through. I appreciate you, Joker, for um, having some commentary with us. I appreciate you, Roby, for just being present and all that you do. Just know you're an amazing person, and I appreciate you very much. And I'm looking forward to being back on stream and hitting up Baldur's Gate with you. All right. Bittersweet. But I'm a I'm a be a I'm a be a dad. And right now that comes first. Again, I appreciate you guys, and I will see you soon.